In any case, we'll get back to it. It's Satisfactory. It's a long play. It's a long, long play. By this rate, one of the longest, and it still has a bit to go, although I do feel like we are approaching the end. I was looking over all the things needed for finishing off Project Assembly, and they all look very achievable. Why don't we run through them? One thing is we need 1,000 nuclear pasta. Well, copper powder is trivial to set up. It's just a lot of copper. And the pressure conversion cube is very achievable, because it just needs the fused modular frames, which needs something we've automated, and something we only need to pipe in. That's the heavy frames, the alclad thingamajigger frame, and the nitrogen. And there's RCUs, which are very close to being achieved, because we automate everything needed there, except things that require circuits, and circuits we're about to bring over. So we might as well consider the nuclear pasta done and dusted. The other thing is the biochemical sculptor. How many of those do we need? Another 1,000 of those. But if we look what it's made of, trigons are not difficult to make. The water is just water. We already piped that stuff up. And the assembly directory system is made of goods that we could easily make were it not for our lack of circuits. And the circuits we're about to solve today. And the other thing is, actually, what is that? It's like an AI directive thing. But I cannot remember what. Can I check this out somewhere? I'm pretty sure it's here under AI. AI expansion server, that's the one. Well, it looks complicated, but boiling it down, what do we have here? Excited photonic matter is something we just make in a converter. That's nothing too dangerous. The magnetic field generator is actually very easy to make, because it's just made of easy... Which of these would we rather make, actually? The flexible one doesn't even seem like a good idea. Oh, but it will need steel girders, something I've been avoiding this whole time. But they would be made only for this. In any case, that's just steel, something we already make loads of, and if we wanted to substitute some of the steel for rubber, we do that as well. And the electromagnetic control rod's also really easy. We already make the stuff we need for it, unless we want to use a high circuity thing, which I'm not sure we would, given we already pump out loads of AI limiters. But yes, that's a very easy component of it. You require time crystals, which are easy to automate, supercomputers, which we will automate once we get circuits over, the trigons again, and more of that photonic matter. And the superposition oscillator, we actually already have everything we need for that. So consider the AI expansion server simple enough. The question is about that ballistic warp drive, of which we need 200. Now that I don't know so much about, because it's still locked behind this research, and for that we're going to need turbo motors and RCUs, and the aforementioned superposition oscillator. But we will get on that. Most of this is just locked behind not having circuits, and is exactly what we're setting up for right now. And Jake's teeth have grown as a result of his wisdom, therefore it follows that removing 3 of them gives space for even greater wisdom. Yes, exactly that. So, I want to start with my train, but as with anything, we don't simply start with what we're starting out to do. I made a quick note of other things that I should be taking care of. In the wrong order, of course, because I want to automate a couple of things. Miners and smart plates. Basically, I want to automate everything that isn't locked by circuits right now. And going through the list, I found that automatic miners, or rather the portable miner, although it doesn't seem like something we really need automated, I've had no problem just making these by hand. They are used in a bunch of things, including drones, and we need a few of them for Mark III miners. And since it uses very trivial ingredients, I don't see a good reason not to just automate it. In fact, we can automate it right here and right now. That stuff gets balanced, so there's absolutely no problem just to trim off my plates here and my tubes here and get that done. So we will get it done right now, in fact. I will start by chunk aligning a splitter off of you and bringing you right the way over here. If you would be so kind as to elevate yourself above this nonsense. And similarly with you, that's a merger thing. I want a splitter. I'm gonna split you right here. Because I love how it snaps. I like everything snapping to the global chunk. Which is not what it is, because we're not playing Factorio. But I'm sure everybody understands what I mean. I'd also like this to line up. It doesn't seem to want to line up. What if I tell it to go straight? I guess it won't like that because it's on a bit of an angle. Oh, well, maybe it will like it. Or maybe it's just slightly out of range. Who's to say? Point is, I want you right above here. I feel like I'm overusing the Mark 6 belts. The thing is, they're the best in slots, so there's no reason that I can think of, unless you want output balance, not to use the Mark 6. But my biggest reason not to like them is that I don't think they look good. I actually don't like how they look at all. But they're the best, and I'd hate to be in a position where I need to go and upgrade a lot of them. So I only need a simple assembler. Hey, you're a simple assembler. And I don't even particularly care where you go. I just kind of want you tucked out of sight and out of mind. And if I need more screws, I would build this thing up. Yes, I would. So I can just tuck you away here. It's really, really no big deal. In fact, I could probably even put you here. And probably, possibly, even do this. Oh, yeah. There you are. Well, that's sweet. Would I want this lower or higher? Not sure what, if anything, I'd be wanting this space for. But just in case, let's keep you high. You can adjust the belt colors and make them glow less. I am very interested in that. How do you do that? Wait, that actually isn't in line now, is it? That is in line. And you're on the first, second, third bit here. First, second, third. Is it like a color thing? Never even looked into that. Oh, would you look at that? I could make it red. Only seems to affect the edges, though. Or does it? Looks a lot less blindingly bright. Why is that? Ooh, and that looks hideous. Yeah, I really rather do like that. Not that I'm going to invest in that. That seems like a big old pain in the bum to do. But it's interesting. Right, I wish for you to make me automated miners. But you have no power. Well, we can sort that easily enough. Give me power, please. These are made really rather slowly. But they're not something I should ever need in any great amount. Wow, you're made extremely slowly, actually. Almost insultingly slowly. How about we play to your slowness? I want some returns on this. And then this should be very, very trivial to just shove away into a box somewhere. Hey, you're a box somewhere. Who could possibly need so many of these things? And then I want my dimensional toilet, which we have right here. And in you go. So it doesn't really matter that these things are made slower than time in reverse. They're very infrequently needed, and I just always want access to them. Okay, there's no need to be this greedy for power. Give it to me normally. I guess building that was slightly less work than manually making those whenever needed. But the aim of the game is automation. Miner's done. Now I want smart plates sorted out. And smart plates, this seemed like a big deal early on in the game when we needed 50 of them. And now they're only needed for one ingredient, I think, so we're not going to bother bussing them. But I do want them at the ready for my modular engines. which funnily enough I could also automate right now. Then beyond that, I would need it for the propulsion rocket, which seems like it's going to be needed for the ballistic warp drive. But we'll get it started. Just set it as the default color. It should do the trick for future belts. Yeah, but then it's going to look all naff and not quite in line. I'm not going to bother with that. Besides, surely by the time I beat this game, I will burn down this save, and then in my own time, I'll just play another run from scratch. If indeed I want to. Maybe I'll wait until the end of 1.1 experimental. So, smart plating. Smart plating into the other thing, no doubt. It requires reinforced plates, the rotor, and plastic, because I certainly want to add plastic to get double the output and more than double the production rate. We have the reinforced plating done right here. Although go figure it's not coming out far enough. I want you blueprinted, auto-connecting, and there. And I want you to come along as well. And then boom, that's already used up all of my banked aluminium. It's expensive stuff. So smart plating's just done in assemblers, right? Well, these ones are actually done in manufacturers. I don't know how much of this stuff I'm going to need, and I don't think there's any need to go overboard on this one. I'm just going to shove them in, but then beyond that, what do I need for the thing that comes after it? When I make modular engines, those are also done in manufacturers. And it needs the motors, it'll need the smart plating that I'm making here, and the rubber that comes off the belt. This seems like a very, very easy setup. Should I make a huge amount of it or not? I think I'll stick with this. I'll make 8 of them. Although God knows if that's overkill or not. But I'm not going to bother with ratios. Ratios seem like a way to suck the fun out of this game. Where's my assembler stuff here? No, those are assemblers. I want manufacturers. Yeah, I felt it myself when I started looking at, oh, what's the ideal composition in terms of ratios and whatnot. It just melts away in my head. Not what I'm looking for. Whereas just slamming things down, making loads of them, and if we need more, double and move on. If we need fewer, just underclock and move on. Feels much more my style. Is that connecting? Yes, yes it will. Good morning, Jake. Do you plan on building a theme park? Yes, yes I do. I feel like I've made a few too many promises on that front, but it is something I want to do purely because I want to do it. Although I can't say it's going to come in any specific time frame. Might be months away, but I do want to do it because it seems like fun. Of course, everybody has their own idea of a fun time. Where's that power source? There we go. So, you're simple, but I keep forgetting you. It's reinforced rotors and plastics. The rotors are already here. I think I could just take the rotors off of you rather than off the bus. I mean, they're already here, right? And how many of these things am I really going to need? What are these things anyway? They're motors. That's quite funny. Does make smart plating pretty low down in the priority queue, but it probably should be low down in the priority queue. If I don't have everything else going already, then why even think I'm a hot enough guy to be doing this? Also, what is that weird bendiness at the end? These things love to bend for some reason. Will it bend? Yeah, I feel bad not properly balancing this, but I feel bad for lots of things. Easy does it. Where were you? Here. Up, up, up. Is that sufficiently up? Absolutely not. Is that sufficiently up? Absolutely. Let's get you straight in here. And there we have it. Fun thing I did in Satisfactory, after completing project assembly, was I built a Race rink. I raced factory carts with a few friends in the rink. Ah, you did it multiplayer. Sounds like a good way to offload some work. Plastic is needed here, but before we get plastic, how about those reinforced iron plates, huh? Right here seems like a trivial matter to bring over. In fact, I could shove them right into here. If I could just line it up properly. Do I really care? I mean, it can just come down and move across. Yeah, let's not bother about that. We're not here to make everything line up all fancy dan. I already like how my bus and bus adjacent bits look. One could almost say I'm proud of it. But pride is a sin. And it's Easter Monday, so let's cut out the sinning today. Actually, I have no idea the meaning of Easter Monday. I think you need to be centered. That looks centered. I don't know if they're big on chocolate eggs here in Hungary, but maybe tomorrow I'll root around the shops and see if they've got old reduced chocolate eggs. Used to be an enjoyable thing as a child. Sod Easter. It's all about coming around on the day after Easter and seeing if they've got the goodies on sale. Right, you're coming down with me. And I'm going to regret deleting what I deleted here. I'm also going to regret how hard it is to line this kind of stuff up. Like, is that it? Or is that it? Inquiring minds want to know. That looks about as level as it gets. And about as full as it gets. Easy peasy. Although, in retrospect, why didn't I have you further up? Now the rubber has to work harder to get up high. But that's the rubber's problem, not mine. Just get over here. Curiously, is any of this stuff needed for the next thing? It's not rubber either, it's plastic. But there's the answer, yes. Plastic and rubber and motors are needed. But the motors are right here. Right here. So the motors can just come straight off here. So I just need the rubber and plastic. Easy. And as long as they come down somewhere here, we're fine. And wouldn't you know it, he keeps his rubber and his plastic together. The rubber and plastic is a pretty cool combo in this game. Quite like the way that they get produced together. Quite like the way you can set up, well, the way we set it up with the recycled rubber and plastic. It's just a cool setup. That seems a-okay, and then we do the same with you. Gosh, I'm happy with this. Little bit of design and forethinking. Although I suppose in a sense it does make the game kind of copy-paste from here on out. Maybe that's why the die-hard Satisfactory fans are unhappy with the busing. But I put it more down to Satisfactory not having the adequate tooling to make this work better. It works fine, but there's a lot of tedium setting these things up. But if you can't handle a bit of tedium, maybe you shouldn't be in the factory automating genre. Terry comes in, they say, good morning, people. Yes, good morning to you too. It certainly is a good morning. Woke up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. But then most of my mornings are good mornings. And on the rare occasion where I don't have a good morning, you know what I do? I don't have a morning period. I just wake up, go, oh man, this day sucks, and then go back to bed. It's got a bit of a Kirby tip as usual. Keep it default if it doesn't want to play ball. Every day can be a good day. how are we working with you then? Without complication. So it's plastic for you, if I'm not mistaken. You don't like that because belt too steep? Did this need to be raised one more? Well, how about I just ignore you? Works for most of my problems. And now you should start operating. Hey, the smart platings will be mine in no time. And then, if we're making smart platings, we're going to be making the next bit. How much longer do you think this game has left? It's hard for me to estimate the time left, but it will be done this week. That is my promise to myself, if nothing else. Yeah, we started this game over a month ago. That is a long, long time to be playing one game on this channel. Provided it's not one of our perennial games like EU or Caesar or when State of Decay was in its heyday. Right, another set of manufactories, please. Is 2 the spacing? Can we get away with 1 spacing? Nah, I'm fine. Besides, we have space to spare. Hadn't considered the ratio of production of smart plating versus just how many we're going to be needing for this. Perhaps I should look at this for modular engines. Now, when it comes to modular engines, this is the only way we can make them, right? Modular engines are only made one way. I wonder why. Some things get tons and tons of different ingredient or different recipes, and some don't get any at all. Anyways, 2 to 1. The rate is you want 2 per minute. Well, then I'm definitely vastly overproducing smart plates. Well, that's not a problem. One can underclock, one can just let it all back up, one can just not care because they have loads of energy. Which we do, but I think I'll finally get around to expanding my energy to its logical extreme today. We've been putting that off for long enough. So, the plastic, the motor, the rubber. Let's not make the same mistake we made before. Let's actually have the rubber, since it's coming in from the lowest point, go up to its high point. I quite like the idea that you line up with this. That looks pretty liney-uppy to me. The factory must grow. The factory's been doing a lot of growing. From day one, even. Right. Get all rubbery for me. Get the smart plating in from this angle, of course. A question might be, should I buffer my smart plating? And I can't think of any reason at all to do that. Is that off center? It just kind of looked like it. So, flow with the plates, flow with the rubber, and now flow the engines. The engines come out of here. Rather well, I might add. But that's not without its problems. See, I just want to cut them off from here. I don't see any point in taking it off the bus. But maybe I should see a point in taking it off the bus. The reason I don't want to is because then I'll have to expand the bus and accept the limitations of my aluminium storage. Where are my engines anyway? They're quite far away on the bus. Oh well, needs must. And we must need. Yeah, it needs to be brought out another bit here. But you're missing all-clad aluminium sheeting. It's right over there. I could just fill my pockets with the stuff. But I could also not. Gone nuclear yet? I don't see any reason to go nuclear in this whole run. Which might be a disappointment to some. But what would nuclear achieve? Nuclear appears to pretty much only be a way to make nukes and to generate tons of energy. Well, we already have tons of energy. We have energy production that can be increased a lot right now. I've been double making these, haven't I? Did I double make you? Did I double make you? Yes, I did. I wonder how many of these I've double made. There's not really any indication of it, is there? I was double clicking because of the instinct to do that when I have to do auto-connecting blueprints. I also do not have enough energy around here to keep latching onto things, so let's try and fix that, shall we? Come on, get right on the corner. Or do not. That's fine too. Even though I still don't automate the high-speed circuitry things, I'm quite happy using Powerline Mark IIIs. Because they're really good. Many connections good. Plus, I don't like the idea of accidentally losing my connectivity and falling. Ooh, right, we're above where I thought the main base was going to be. How naive I was when I built this. But I still built some, in my opinion, fairly good... stuff goes slower than I thought. I did build some fairly good aluminium stuff, in my humble opinion. I knew I missed you. Get to work. Oh, it's doing it again. It wasn't accepting my inputs because, I don't know, I assume some kind of UI stuff was getting in the way. What in the world did I just delete? Something isn't right. Well, I guess we'll find out just how right it is, whether or not these things work. 1 per minute is slow, though. Holy slowly, that is... and quite a lot of them are needed for thermal propulsion rockets. But I imagine that's something we're going to be schlooping. It's one of my favorite mini games as well. What did I just delete? What's this? A to-do list? How organized? Just stuff I didn't want to forget. I made it minutes before starting up the stream as well. Right, so those motors. Bring them over, please. They can come over here, which is right here. Very good. Motors are quite far back on this. A testament to how late I automated motors. Are you in line? Absolutely not. And we've made that mistake before, so let's not make it again. I love my bus. Can't stop thinking about that guy who said they played 700 hours and didn't realize you could reverse the direction of conveyor lifts. How do you get through the game like that? In mind-numbing pain, one can only imagine. Wait, didn't I say I wouldn't bring my motors off the bus? Well, it's what we're doing. Now... there we go. Let there be modular engines. Now, that's not something I'm going to bus for the reason that it's only used for one item. However, it is something I'm going to buffer. Yes, yes I will. I don't know how high these things stack, but let's just keep them flowing. Oh, that's right, you don't like being here because you're too close to the manufactories. Overlap and stuff. But there you go. And in time, we shall have production of thermal propulsion rockets right here. Which almost scarily want 5 of these per minute in order to make 1 of these per minute. But I'm assuming these are only used for the ballistic warp drive, so having just 1 or 2 manufactories here schlooped, or maybe even just one of them schlooped and clocked up. But since I make smart plating much faster than I make modular engines, it probably stands to reason to expand the modular engines already. Because thinking about it, I make 5 per minute, and I consume 2 per minute. And I shouldn't have a problem getting all these goods to make or sustain this. So I'm making 5 per minute out of 8, I'm making 40 per minute. If I wanted to eat 40 per minute, I'd need 20 of these things. I don't want to build 20 of these things. However, if these were juiced up to work at that rate, then they would get me what I need. Alright, let's do that then. It's been... I'm not sure we've ever overclocked anything on our main production place here, but let's do it now. Yeah, there we go. Crank out those modular engines. Does the robot lady still talk to us sometimes, or we basically ran out of dialogue prompts? I think we've run out, which is a bit of a shame, right? How hard, since it's just done in AI voice, how hard would it be to give her a lot of things to talk to us about? And if players would find that annoying, just give us a way to tell her to stop. But yeah, I miss Ada talking to me. You can really feel the game chug, or at least I can, when I start having lots of my things on screen at once. Definitely feel the frame rate taking a tumble there. But I'm sure that's fine. Anyway, I automated smart plates. I even automated something beyond the smart plates. Now let's do MAM nuclear and our power plant. And work on this. I was not expecting a stream, but I welcome it, says Finellis. I don't think anybody was. I wasn't sure either. I was thinking about doing it last night, and then I thought about doing it this morning. And then I did it, because I don't like thinking all too much. As usual, hitting performance issues. Well, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, so if there is real performance issues here, I can't imagine it being a big deal. There's an option to tell her to shut it, but it's only audio text still shows up. That's fine, though. I just want the option there, but I just want her talking a bit more to us. So, I want to do the MAM nuclear. MAM nuclear requires... Let us see. So it requires 500 of these. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 with some left over. That seems fine. I set this up aeons ago because I was getting bothered at my lack of nobelisks. The hand-feeding meta never truly leaves. The other item you needed were AI limiters. That's easy. But the other thing you needed was that plutonium? No, that's just a uranium cell. And look how easy those are to make. Even easier because I don't need to do fluid handling thanks to the encased one. So if I had silica, sulfur, and quickwire, all of which are in the dimensional toilet, I could just make these on site as long as I'm at uranium. And I think there's uranium where I'm going. Because I'm going to bring the circuits back here. And I think it's better to start bringing the circuits from there. And would you look at that? There's uranium. I do think it's quite high up, but that's not a big deal, right? It's certainly not a big deal. Let's get going for that. My only gripe is the gun upgrades felt worthless. Nuke Nobelisks were so good it was impossible not to carry them. Yeah, the guns... The combat in general just feels like a bad afterthought in this game. There should be a tier to more or less automate it away. But that doesn't exist. Right, what am I doing here? I'm blasting off like Team Rocket, so let's ensure that we've got our ionized fuel at the ready, and then we go. Whee! I think we're actually heading straight to the top of that if we want to get to our if we want to get to that uranium, which we do. Yeah, to those asking if the hypertube cannon is the best method of transportation in the game, does this answer your question? Splat! Yeah, long ago I set it up to mine out uranium just to sink it. I think it's one of the best things in the game to sink because it requires no processing. Just crank it out wholesale. They're only worth about 30 each, but when you're cranking out this many of them, it gets you a whole lot of points for practically no effort. Right, so I believe I need a manufacturer to do this. Surface is too uneven. Well, find an even place for it then. And I'm going to borrow you for just a moment, if you don't mind. Why is it suddenly so radio... Oh, right. Why does picking up all this uranium suddenly make everything feel so radioactive? The mind boggles, sir. Right, you feed into this. You make me the encased uranium doodiddy. And I need silica, sulfur, and quickwire. Silica, sulfur, and quickwire. Take it, take it, take it all. Here, take the schlooping if you really want. I don't care. You've got the uranium feeding on in, and you've got all the power a man could need. And then I'm going to need my beloved ma'am. Going to assume what I'm building here is highly radioactive as well. I need Nobelisks, I need AI limiters, and I need 10 of you. Take it. And let me dump the rest. Whew. Do I really need more of these? I don't know. Probably not, right? Oh, look at that. You set these up. I doubt they're going to work again. Right, away you go. Guess I could leave you there, but I doubt you need all this schlooping and stuff.
Nuke Nobelisk unlocked. This Nobelisk uses a nuclear fission reaction to generate a massive explosion. Ensure all Fixit employees are clear of the blast zone before detonation. You probably should not use this. I am not joking. No refunds available. Side effects include glowing, growing extra limbs, liquefied skin, unexpected cravings for flesh, itching scalp, hair loss, finger loss, loss in general, indigestion, and flatulence. Please consult your weapons manufacturing facility if symptoms persist beyond the half-life of uranium-238.
Yeah, they do seem good, but it doesn't seem relevant at this point in the game. And I wouldn't want to automate them out here because I don't have the goods on site for this kind of automation. Alright, that's all well and good. Let's take all of this. Let's find the highly radioactive nature hurting me a lot. Does it stop hurting me when it's going into the dimensional toilet? No, it still hurts me quite a lot, so please upload as fast as you can. I don't know if and when I'll ever need uranium out of there, but surely it's good to have. Actually, if I want uranium in the toilet, surely what I would do is I would set up a dimensional vortex here. And then I'd set up a little splitter. And then I would shove it right in. Yeah, just good to have the option, I'm sure. Because if I'd already dumped it into the toilet, then I wouldn't have had to come out here for that. Dumb question, Jake. Did you stop the stream yesterday at 4:44:44 intentionally, or was that a coincidence? That was a coincidence. I never intentionally stopped my stream at any particular time. Recently, I did a Slay the Spire run that ended 2:22:22, and again, just coincidence. I've done enough streams by now that I'm sure there's a lot of interesting numbers like that we've managed to hit. Do I have the gubbins for Blueprint Designer Mark III? Good. Not a lot of them, but enough, so good. Gosh, I remember when climbing up this thing was a big deal. Now we can just blast up or ascend up or whatever. I think that's why the community is so great, says the Naga. They teach and share all these tips that are not really explained by the tutorial, like we've done with you on this run. I can't say I really engaged much with the Satisfactory community, but yes, such things are very handy. No need to gatekeep. I mean, in general, but certainly not for a single-player game. Oh, would you look at that? I've got you set up to blast me off in that direction for some reason, though. So yeah, about 2 weeks ago I built this thing, and it's just been syncing circuits constantly. I took a look at all the syncing options, and I thought, circuits look like good value. I'll make them and sync them, just so I can build something and take my mind off the blood and pain. And it's been doing that and making me tons of coupons for a good long time. Give me those coupons, please. Never know when we get sick of the game and just turn to the hand-feeding meta after all. And I think we have the coupons to make that happen. Although once upon a time, didn't we have like 500 or so of them? So, they all get merged here and shoved away, which is good as gold. None of these seem to be backing up, which is also good as gold. In a whatever this thing's called again, a manifold. Surely the front one here would be the one backing up, if any. Production. Silica. I like my factories. Right. We have questions to answer. What do? We bring these circuits over here. But for that, we're going to need a railway system. I mean, I could just belt them. That would be the laziest, simplest way to do it. Far in distance there, I would just drag a belt all the way over. It would probably be faster than building a train network as well. Like a lot faster. Someone talk me out of that. Because all I'd need to do is trim this off with a splitter and just drag it over in that direction by a few kilometers. Hardly seems like the end of the world. It would really piss off the train folks. I said try and talk me out of it, not into it. Because building up a train network seems like it would be a lot of work. Whereas dragging a belt seems like it'd be 10 minutes of no work at all. Why are one of these lines so anemic and the other so fat? Well, the throughput still seems to... Why do you think you're doing 0? I'm getting pissed off, says Gruff Sparrow. Exactly. Okay, no, there we go. That makes sense, because this is being taken away from a normal and pure. The pure one wouldn't be running 600. Well, whatever. Everything seems to do working fine here, so let's not question if it's working fine. Trains are the greatest. Now, according to the song, Scooter are the greatest. Okay, energy, get over here. We've got work to do. And I'm going to want to be able to fly around doing this. I think I use this as a flat starting point for the railway system. And then it's going to go due south and then make its way around. That seems like it makes a considerable amount of sense. My last build had 75 trains and 108 sky systems. Do you hear the word obsessed often in life? Good lord, that's a lot. Okay, sorry to say, but you are getting in my way. And so too will you, so goodbye. Not enough. Well, I did the perfect Hansa, so I'm in no position to tell people that they're too obsessed with a game. Well, I did multiple perfect Hansas in multiple games. Don't kid yourself into thinking I only perfect Hands'd Patrician 4 once. I have a little note to myself, 1, on exactly how to do it, and 2, to never do it again. A little note to self. You need a note for that? Oh, yes. Because every so often I get this bright idea. It's like, it's been a long time since I've had my hands on a good trading game. Nothing was ever good as Patrician 4, so I guess I'll just run Patrician 4 again. Although there has been that high seas, high profits game. Doesn't look tremendously appealing, but I should give it a go regardless. Right, we use ugly, ugly concrete. Ooh, golly gosh. We use ugly, ugly concrete when we're out and about. Saves on thinking. What is this bad music that we're getting? Oh, that's not even the stuff that we're getting out of this. It's just... Well, I'm glad I'm not set up in this area. Oh well, never mind that. One place I'd be severely turned off of setting up in is the swamp, largely because the colours get really washed out when you play in the swamp area. Very unappealing to look at. Gosh, what happened to you? Right, so I'm going to need a train station, and it's going to need to point out in this direction, and I'm going to need to have a design for this. A design, huh? Been ages since we built anything train-related in this game. Train station. These are directional, which does confuse me a little bit. I mean, why does a train station have to be directional? Makes no sense. One of the whole things about trains is how lovely and bi-directional they are. But never mind that. Let's just get you started. And if I recall, train stations need to be big. Or do you add train slots in a station? It's been a while, so I'm trying to remember this. No, I don't think it works like that, because that becomes its own distinct train station. We need to build a train station something? An empty platform, that seems about right. And I think it's one platform per locomotive or trainy thing. So front one and then 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also, I'd like you to be powered. Wire is too long. There is no perfect satisfactory run. I disagree. There are only runs where people have fun, each in their own way, and that's what matters. Ah, no, that's much too much of a limp-wristed approach right there. There is absolutely a perfect satisfactory run. You would need to define it, of course, but I think that's an easy thing to define. It would involve all nodes being 100% exploited with 100% throughput. And then you'd have to decide what you think is the most perfect way to put that to use, which is quite subjective, but my personal approach would be 100% maximum sync rate. Assuming the game doesn't offer you anything new to do beyond project assembly, which I don't know, so I'd rather not have spoilt. So train's going to come in here, train's going to fill up. I don't actually know how you fill up trains in this game. Never done it. You'd think there's some kind of way to attach things to the train, but how? I don't know. Didn't I make a train building quickie here? Yeah, I did. So one way or another, you're going to have to come along here. I hear you're a racist now, Father. Does that mean we should be racist too? Not a racist. What was it we said in university? It's not race. It's not racist, it's racial. I wonder if the freight station would be involved in loading a train. We have freight. Hey, look at that. Freight station platform. Loads and unloads. Freight, fluid freight, and freight. Loads and unloads. I guess you would have those here. It's just a guess, of course. Yeah, there we go. Freight platform. Question, did that attach here or not? Is there a way to tell if these two are actually attached? I wouldn't know. Alright, how about we get ourselves a train? Electric loco. Hard to tell which is front and back, but that'll do. And then a freight car. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put a train, drive it, see what happens. Chung, 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 chung. Is it going to derail? Sure doesn't look derailed to me. Alright, train, I wish for you to go to... I still feel like this interface is horrible. But then I say that about most interfaces in this game. You there. Wuppertal is a terrible name. You are Silicon City. Silicon? Silicon Circuit City. Feels like Silicon's superfluous. Just call you Circuit City. So, we're going to fill this up with circuits. Don't you toot me. Oh, you got me there, Plo. Ah, right. Feels like it's almost too far away from this, but whatever. Now, this feels like somewhere that manifolding is a bad idea and balancing is good. But I also don't know to what extent you can logic these things. I still want you all merged, but then I'm certainly going to want you smart split. Of course. Of course. Nothing goes out the center. Everything goes out the right. The left eats overflow and nothing but. Currently everything is overflow. Let's get in there. Meow. Naturally, we made this before even aluminium was a nominal resource, so all this is made out of Mark 3s, not even Mark 4s. Now I need you up here in a most hideous way possible. And I'm sure we can handle hideous. Certainly doesn't like those uneven surfaces. What a terrible Easter to have eyes! Alright, I think my best bet is to bring you out like so. And we're going to use that cool trick. We know that's chunk aligned. Ergo, we know you're chunk aligned. And then what I can do is I can go and grab a hole. This one is made for me. Just going to shove you right here. We might not even need to use the super dunking technique. Yeah, no, we're fine here. So, to balance or not to balance? 1 to 4 is a real easy balance, so I think I'd rather balance. So that means we just split and split. Are we going to be kind enough to line you up? I think so. Last time I actually balanced something was back when we did coal. And I still think what I made was quite beautiful, but I did come to understand that it's wholly unnecessary. Alright. Didn't look lined up, but I will believe it. So there we go. Now these things all get filled up. Although perhaps not at breakneck speed. Hold on, what's going on here? Well, I'm not going to lie and say this isn't cool, but what is going on here? Weird snapping of animation, that's what. I don't understand. Why did it load almost nothing? And why can't I interact with anything? What are you doing? Well, you're blocking up, that's for certain. Alright, tell you one thing I'm probably going to want here is a buffer. But it's not called a buffer, it's called a storage. I want to be really over the top, I could storage for each of these, but that should be fine since it comes out nice and balanced. What in the world is going on here? There's nothing else in the schedule, so the train is loading everything that there is, 20 items or so, locking the storage for 10 seconds whilst it loads, and then starts driving to the next station itself. And then it repeats. That feels more than a little janky, but okay. Perhaps what I need to do is cancel your docking, turn off self-driving, remove this from timetable. Then maybe you'll get back to actually loading. No, it doesn't want to do that either. Maybe I need to kill the train. Well, at least it's loading now. How bizarre. Anyway, we should get moving, and by get moving I mean design a system in which we can happily get moving. And we have the space to do that right here. I wonder if, like before, this isn't going to snap quite the way I want it to. So, when it comes to railways, do I need 2 foundation thickness or do I need 3 for some bizarre reason? I can't shake the feeling that somebody mentioned if you want to have signaling, you need to have more space between these things. Because if you want to do something like that, and you want to do a signal, I do left-hand trains, obviously. I'm not a Philistine. Oh, I think it built for that? Wait, what? What is going on here? The mind boggles. Also, why is it all red? Also, why do these things cost computers? That's expensive. Path signal indeed expensive. But I haven't automated computers. I have this set up so that I can automate computers. Alright, what's the obvious solution to this conundrum? I get it. I get it. See all these circuits. If I recall, I can make with an assembler a beautiful solution. I want my crystal computers, please. And And I'm going to need these circuit boards, if you don't mind. And I'm going to need to embrace the hand-feeding meta once again. Because I have oscillators aplenty. Many oscillations, many schloopings. Done and done right. Huh? Maybe I didn't put you on the belt. That seems reasonable. Perhaps even too reasonable. You can't just put a splitter in a belt like that, says Plo. Obviously. I think it's fine if we just put a dimensional toilet here. This is going to make me about 1,000 of them. Let me think. Crystal oscillators, 500 of them. Maybe a few more would be nice. There we go. That'll solve my computer problems for now. And will allow me to make all of the signals that I need, surely. Less impressed with this, though. Why is it that I need 3, anyway? So we're going to want block signals. On left side. And it's on my left side here, but why does it snap over there as well? I don't understand. Is it so you can make two-way stuff? And I still don't understand why we need these 3 wide. Can anyone explain that? Is that a thing that can be explained? Because managing this with only 2 wide seems very convenient. We go like this. We go like this. I think they improved the auto connection of this, so we should get away with something like that. For curves, if it's too close, you've got more risk of trains colliding. Ah, curves. Couldn't we make a specific curve one where we don't worry about that? Signals can leak, to put it simply. You always make more than you need. See, that's a good argument. Make more than you need. I'm going to have to make this as something like my train blueprint, but this is the most basic of basics. It says it likes these, but it also seems to not like these. This seems more than a little awkward. Why? What is with the snapping? The snapping seems all kinds of weird. Why won't it snap onto this side? Does it matter the direction that I pulled the train line? That might matter, right? Game does love to care about the direction that you drag things, even though the stuff should be bi-directional. There we go. Now it's playing ball. Jake, try a different blueprint that makes use of auto-connect. Just a pylon with 2 short tracks. No. I like the idea of having my... yeah, I like having this. Although, maybe there is something to be said about pylons. I just feel like this is going to snap together a lot easier. Okay, let's try this and see what works. So if we save this and call it rail straight. Doesn't like colons. Alright, just rail straight then. Nice and cheap-ish. And if I were to build straight rail, would we have anything resembling a problem? Also, would I like to have it here on my hotbar? Also, I'd like to make a railway thing for this. Subcategory trains. How does one man misspell trains 3 times in a row? I don't know. Also, you belong in there. If you put a pylon every 40 meters, there's no need to worry about the global grid. You just place them and rotate them. But I like the global grid. There's a problem with train people. They get too obsessed. Here's a slight issue. How does all this actually work? Ooh, easy now. Poorly if I don't stay connected. Because we're going to want to drive in, get here, and then fling off to that side, so... but we go around, so that's fine. Do have it somewhat like so, then. The railroad track is too short. I ran into this problem last time as well. And I didn't quite understand why it didn't like it. Trained people are federally protected class. People. Reminds me of when I called the Iron People back in Factorio. And somebody was having issues with that. The rail are not flush with the foundations. They look pretty flush with the foundations. I placed them straight on them. Okay, so it's happy if it can be considerably further away, like a lot further away. So we need this blueprint, but we need to shorten the tracks considerably. In fact, we really just want a short bit of track here, don't we? Kind of. Awkward, but we'll get it. So rather than that, let's just have a very short track, but actually. Just out like so. Or is this going to be line too short this time? Also, it goes that way, yes, and this one we need to pull in this direction, or else it gets kind of weird about it. And then we want our signal. What is going on? Why is it snapping in peculiar ways here? Can it be placed on the end of a track? Great, then place here. It really doesn't seem to like that. Hey, hope you're doing well. Loved your Frostpunk 2 videos on YouTube. I'm glad you did. Wish I had a good reason to come back to Frostpunk 2, but can't come up with any. Okay, too long, too short. Can we find the Goldilocks moment then? Let's go for it here. No, we still don't have the Goldilocks moment here. Go to the edge. I do not know what you mean by that. There are many edges in all of this. Man, this is more than a little awkward. Okay, now it's long enough for it to be happy, but is it now just not the same length that we had it at before? Track up to the edge of the foundation. If this doesn't work, I'll do that next. Although it does seem to work. Is that really where the signals should be? It seems like the opposite of where the signals should be. What? What? Why are you here? How do they end up in the center? I made it so they're on the edge. How are they ending up in the center? What? Rail straight. Yes. Here is rail straight. Rail straight is on 0 on my hotbar. Why? Why is it moving these things? Changing signals to the other side is a new feature. It's probably a bug with the blueprints. But it had it here when we just did it right now. For what purpose? That's not gonna work, right? I need trained peoples to give me some insight here. Perhaps it's a visual bug. Ah, good thinking. Very good thinking. We were imagining it all along. Alright, very good. And yet not good enough, because this doesn't deal with all the problems that we're going to face. One is we need to bend, another is that we have to elevate. One is that we might potentially have to elevate and bend, but it might be better if we don't even think about that. Let's keep things simple, stupid. So what do we do when we need to bend? Don't know, honestly. We're going to be coming along. Let's imagine that we've got our little... Ooh, easy now. I'm going to want some better power access around here, thanks. We're going to be coming along like so. And we want to turn such that we are flushly coming along here instead. Maybe even give ourselves lots of space to make the bend. Well, this seems kind of simple. And simple is how I like it. Would this really not work on just 2 wide? Seems like it would absolutely work on 2 wide. Well, I don't know much about the hitboxes, so perhaps I shouldn't make too many claims about that. Trim off the superfluous. I could make some much neater things, but there we go. Let's just say that's a train bend. And that should be rotational around, yeah, because I can turn right and I can turn left. And who would need to do anything more than that? We're going to keep it very, very simple. As I mentioned before, it's cool this game has trains, but if I'm going to play a game that focuses on trains, I'm going to do it in a game that it's much more intuitive, simple, easy, user-friendly to put it together. So that would be something like Factorio or Open Transport Tycoon, or even Railway Tycoon 3 and whatnot, but I don't touch that. Train curve. Curve rail. I'd already forgotten my naming convention here. Can't I show a bendy rail here? Curve rail. Rail straight. Okay, reverse the naming convention. But let's not worry about that. Because if I go 0 and E, it takes me to curve rail. And in fact, it just flicks between them. Now, is there anything I would need beyond curving these? I need to elevate them, of course, but I want to check that this works. Blueprint, auto-connect, except, of course, we need to shunt you along. And that looks pretty good. Bit of a shame I need to move you around like so, but still. That looks a lot like it just bends it looks like it just bends around nice and easy. Alright, nice. But it's not nice enough to check that on its own. Will you bend again? Will it bend? Absolutely. Good, very good. It's a shame that even though you use H to hold it in place, it resets when you try to do it the second time. Hopefully they change that. But a man can always hope. What about split it? Whoa, no, 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 no. Give me one good reason why we would want that. This is probably the only train stuff we're going to be having, because I can't think of any other thing that I want to train around. And I'm largely doing this because I want to build a train network so that I have experience building a train network in this game. If I want to do fancy stuff like that, I'd need a reason to do so. Something I also need to do is elevate and de-elevate. Now, how now, brown cow? Surely we just elevate like so. Bleeding train people. Oh, now that you've done a little bit, wouldn't you like to do more? And more. And more, because they're insatiable. They want to feel like their problems are normal, so they try and goad you into doing all sorts of things with rails. I think the direction that I build these isn't terribly important because they don't have the signals on them, nor do I think they should. Actually, maybe they should on straight things like this. Let's not half-ass this job. I don't know how this is going to connect. Will it be satisfactory or will it not? That wasn't meant to be a pun on the game's name, and it still isn't. If I wanted to de-elevate, I could just rotate this around, right? Maybe. We'll test that theory. Oh, that's right. I said I wanted to set up rails. Set up signals, rather. I like having lots and lots of signals. Feels like the more signals you have, the more you maximize the amount you can shove in. So this would be rail elevation. Give me another railway. Man, I could be automating so many things instead of building this nonsense. I could have finished dragging my belt over, and I could have cheesed off a lot of people in the same time. The lengths I go to, I swear. let's see what it thinks of this. Rail elevation. Does not seem to auto-connect. That's not a huge deal because doing this is trivial. But what about a second bit of rail elevation? Ah, it won't connect unless they're level? That seems... Well, it seems kind of sensible, actually, from an implementation standpoint, but it's still not really what I'm looking for. I'd want this thing to go up and up and up. Click once more on the nudging. I'm clicking quite a bit on the nudging. Oh? Oh? So it's happy if they are considerably closer. I wonder if that means that I want the railway coming a little bit further out on the blueprint then. Let's try that. Let's get rid of a lot of this so I don't need to fly out quite so far to test it. What if I bring it all the way out to the edge? It might like that. You can place them touching. It connects the rails. Let's try it. Well, that might be difficult because it thinks it's touching the edge here. Probably because of the angle. Well, this episode isn't making me love rails anymore, but I'm sure that sick railway freaks are getting their jollies one way or another. Oh, hang on, we're meant to be doing left-hand side. That certainly isn't left. But... it's doing it again. Blueprinting rails is a pain. They could be 12 foundations if you just drag them, says Roseanne. I see. Right. Rail elevation, let's try it again. Certainly agreeing with the rails are pain, though. Also, let's not have floating rails. Just a proposition. Why, when you resave something, does it not resave where you already put it into? Maybe because I need to reload it from that. Factoria wouldn't stand for this. Rail elevation. You're not happy. You're not happy, probably because of this. No, you're still not happy. Ah, because of the short railroad track. Okay. That seems solvable, though. For one, let's have it on not auto-connect. I have to nudge this as well, which is a bit of a pain. See, that works. If you're okay with dipping into the ground a bit, and who wouldn't be? And then if I wanted to have more of it, hang on, it's still going to find that it's too short doing it here, isn't it? Ah. Yeah, railway building can do a fat one. We're dragging a belt. Get out of here. Get out of here. And get out of here. You can freestyle the rail, just... No, freestyling rails is ultra cancer as well. There we go. Much too unpleasant. I guess I'll keep this here as a warning to my future self. Hence why I never elevated my rails. I built them hugging the ground where they're meant to be, says Protozomac. Yeah, that makes a fair bit of sense. But I wanted the uniform aspect here. Alright, that tells me that all of you should probably go. And stop feeding the beast. In fact, all of this should probably go. It's fine to leave you there. Leave you there as a memory. A memory of times gone bad. Right, so keeping it super, super simple, I just want this over here. Let's go on a journey, shall we? A journey of self-discovery, maybe? Well, probably not, but a journey nonetheless. Oh man, I'm already feeling liberated about not building trains anymore. Although we have a lot of ground to cover. And there's a lot of elevation in this to cover. I wonder if we'd have a happier time going the flat land route. Probably have a much happier time. Well, whatever, let's get moving. Now I get it, trains are cool, but if the trains are frustrating as all heck to set up, then it becomes decidedly less cool. If I were to be doing that, I'd rather do it in a game where train building is a lot more intuitive and fun, and I have done plenty of that in OpenTTD. I need to stop overbuilding my rails. The game really does not... my conveyor belts. The game really does not like it. Should probably be more open to bringing this stuff down. But you see... Conveyor belt is too steep even with curve? So it seems. So it seems. He's thinking a little bit. There we go. Simply mine through the rock. Actually, all things considered, it would have been faster just to build the factory for this over on my bus area. But we sure didn't do that. So let's sleep in the bed that we have made. I wonder if there are any really good games about building 3D trains. Railway Empire was actually really good for building trains. I'm pretty sure they solved the signaling issue, because you could just click drag signals and then have them placed around periodically. You know, like Factorio, the greatest 2D train building thing. But holy smokes, this game is making a sport out of making it painful. You're gonna have to go. I wonder if I'm about to regret building all of this out of Mark 6 belts. This is definitely eating into my time crystals. Now granted I have time crystals backed up aplenty, but this is probably not a great use of all of them. When I saw Captain of Industry, it gave me high hopes that we'll have fun trains. Well, Captain of Industry is out, right? Well, I know it's out. Granted, it's in early access, so it's not something I'm going to touch. But surely if you wanted to check out how their trains operate, you're at liberty to do so. Or are you not a real train fan? I got all excited. Kaladin told me that Captain of Industry was coming out of early access. But it was a lie. It was another sick and twisted malformation of truth by that man, in an attempt to get me excited about a game he loves. That's not how he'll frame it, but it's how I'm framing it. This is not going to clear very well. There we go, we're practically most of the way there already, because we've made it to our first fuel factory. Our first proper fuel factory. Oh, I built that and I thought I'd never need so much energy ever again. Also, we'll know we're in trouble if those trigons or time crystals start going down, dangerously so. But as they stand, I think they're fine. I think Workers and Resources has some train building. Not sure it's any good, though. Yeah, I tried to get into Workers and Resources. It was just too much. Too many steps to do something that really shouldn't be so complicated. Although I feel like if you power through it, it's going to be probably the most rewarding city builder out there. But my patience was tapped. And I have a lot of patience for jank. Oh, perhaps even too much of it. It was a painful game to try and love, though. Very painful. It's a good thing space is such a near-on infinite resource in this game. Certainly an inexhaustible resource. Makes me not feel bad for doing such horrible things to the landscape, like clarting it in all of these conveyor belts. Yeah, so we've already come down here. We only need to bring it along over to here, where the real factory is. And look at how much faster this is than going through the teething process of setting up rails. Although I have a concerning conclusion right now. Where are all my... Ah, there they are. I thought the belts were empty, but no, it just takes a bit to render in the goods on the belt. Jake, please look at 1020 in this video for no, absolutely not. I have already gone, okay, rails are a pain in the arse, I'm not dealing with these. And that is the end of that. Perhaps when I play this game in my own time, I'll have the patience to knuckle down on exactly what I've not been doing right with rails, but I'm certainly not sitting down at this point to be gnawing over tutorials on how to build them proper. Oh, it really doesn't like going near these things. You belt lovers, you train lovers cannot get into my head so easy. Well, belt lovers, you're already there. Your rent is paid for. It's a bit stubbornness, but it's also like, I tried, it wasn't working out for me, so I'm going to move on to something else. Going the right way here? I think I need to make an abrupt turn left, or else I'm going to be faffing around a bit too much here. This is a very fast belt. Imagine this on Mark 1. Oh, this is fast. Fast and easy. Thank you, ionized fuel. Yeah, going this way, we'd probably take a tour of our old base. Oh, hang on, I just had an idea that might even be considered good. We might be making use of railways yet. Where's my old base at? I know it's just past the space elevator, so there it is. I wonder what this kind of belt does to the performance in the game. I don't want to infringe too much on what I've got here. So we're going to take a bit of a berth. But I do want to get up there. What's he thinking? What's he thinking? Is this going to go down properly? No, I figured as much. I also have to ask myself, is that thing up there chunk-aligned? I'm pretty sure I went to the efforts to chunk-align it. Right in the center. Right in the center? Okay. Right in the center. I don't think that worked out so good. Okay, maybe I'm just getting punished for being impatient on the matter. This is no bad thing. How does the game compare to Factorio for you, Jake? It's a different experience. Factorio's better, is the conclusion I've reached after playing this game for about 200 hours now. Wait, that's still not linking up. What? What? Yeah, Factorio has fewer moments like this. A lot fewer moments like this. Okay, you know what? How about this? How about we just ignore the hole? As long as these things are still flowing, I'm good. I might recommend using 2-meter foundations. They work better, says Farrell. Yeah, exactly. Moments like that are what Factorio don't have. Oh yeah, this thing's kind of sucky and kind of janky, so do this instead. Oh, okay. Hey. But when it works, this game is more gratifying than satisfactory. I could have used the term satisfying, but didn't want to. I'm fine going along the sides here. Right, so we set up this train network, if we can even call it that, but it gives us a nice, easy place to just zoop this along. Although I wonder if I'm going to find that I don't have enough clearance off the ground for this entirely. This thing's getting pretty close to the foliage. But only pretty close. That's okay, it can be messy. It's the only thing it's getting used for. The thing is, getting better in this game means learning all the crap that will annoy you and avoiding it, says Nix. Like getting better at not stepping in pook. You could make a better analogy than that, Nix. The thing is, this game has more going for it. The exploration's cool. I actually even quite like the story elements involved. The handcrafted world is so much more compelling to play with than anything Factorio is going to cook up with its procedural generation. But at the end of the day, you need to build a factory and fulfill mass production. And when it boils down to that part, Factorio has this game cooked. So that's why I say Factorio compares favorably to this. Okay, now that I'm actually come across to where my real factory is, now I want to actually straighten this thing out. I'm not dressing in my casual slacks here. I can't believe I still have this over on my side. We don't need to know this. Although I might need to take note of that. I do want to expand my power plants today. But we can do that later. I have other things to build after all. Here's another question though. How does this actually get over to my stuff? I haven't put anything in this kind of position yet where it needs to join my upper manufactured area. I will come along with the quartz for now. Yeah, exactly. Jumping, hovering, running around in a 3D space, that feels good and satisfactory. How in the world do I solve this conundrum? You're here, I need you there. Certainly I'd probably want another one of these stairways to heaven. But in what context? I thought we could have used the original first train to deliver the goods on the last bit. Would have taken longer than just doing what we did here. Recht. Circuits are going to go here, I imagine. But how? It's okay, I suppose, just to have it flood all the way up here, but now there are all these things in the way. I like the single line that comes down here, but I'm not sure that's going to be applicable. How am I even going to have this thing come out the way I want it to? I could, I suppose, put another bit out here for it to go through. Yeah, just having a hole seems useful. Not the lift, the hole. Also, are you the right way around? How do these things ever get rotated? What? Don't tell me the upper ones are the wrong way around. I thought I copied that. No. Heavens knows how that got rotated. Maybe we don't want to know. But let's have you over here. Let's have you coming up. Like so. Ah. Where's the line? And now, like so. This should be fine. Why did you not make use of auto trucking or training, Jake? Did you experiment with them a bit off stream and decided against it? No, the auto vehicles just didn't look appealing at all. It looked like a complicated and ongoing resource-using solution to something that belts already take care of in a superior manner. And that was my conclusion just by looking at it. Granted, I didn't try it, and I don't like having rock-solid opinions on something I haven't even tried. But I needed some conclusion. And regrettably, I don't have time to try absolutely everything in this game. Or do I? Sometimes I feel like I have infinite time. Alright, there we go. That was much less kerfuffle than using a train. To be fair, you tried being Swedish. Look what that did to you. Something I can never live down. Never be myself again. Drones are useful for a lot of low-proof... Yes, drones will be used. Specifically, drones will be used to move time crystals and nuclear pasta. That is the plan. And I think it's a good plan. Alright, there we go. Took a bit, but now we have... our beloved circuits, which I'm fairly certain one will need in high quantity. Be very funny if I accidentally put that onto an already used conveyor belt. Circuits. So weird and inconsistent, the UX here. So you hit select icon, you hit select icon here to confirm it, but to confirm the whole thing, you click close? It might sound petty, right? But, well, I suppose it is. Do I have any defense against that? Now that I have circuits here, I should probably start doing circuit things. We've been waiting on them for quite a few items. This place does finally look like a proper factory now. That's what I was going for. I wanted it to be neat and tidy and organized. Color-coded pipes, dedicated buses, expandable buses. I can double and then double again most of these buses by 1, upgrading belts, and 2, just stacking another layer on top of them. Anyway, with this here, I want to finally start making things. I think one of the first things I want to make are high-speed connectors. They are... Do I want to make silica for them? Circuits aren't really a concern here, but the cost in quick wire is concerning. Pretty much half the amount of quick wire consumed. Using 60 for 2. Instead, and I should have plenty of quartz in order to make the silica. I think that might be for the better. Yes, silicon good. But at the same time, how much are we going to need? 37.5 on the silica. How much do you make? 37.5, so one of these for one of those. How about 8 of you for 8 of you? 8 of you at 3 per minute is really not a great rate of high-speed connectors, given that they're needed for supercomputers at a rate of 5 per minute. High-speed wiring, that's quite low. RCUs, oof, a lot. I don't think I'd make the alternative electromagnetic rod, and I wouldn't use homing arm. So maybe the thing will work out, and if it won't work out, we can double it up easily. So, 8 of them, we have decided. And that's going to start with 8 loads of regular constructors. And this is 8 constructors. Well, that's nice and easy, isn't it? In they come for the constructor. Donk. Lovely and simple, just how I like it. Now, I'm aware there are many other ways to make silica, and in fact I could also just make silica and bring it over for the bus, but I think silica won't be used for anything else. And if it is used, it's very simple just to make it as a bootstrapped part of the production chain. So I'm fine with this. Also, which one's feeding? Comes in this way, alright. Bring me my quartz. I play this game at least 3 times the time Jake has, and I still get sign UI wrong sometimes. It's simply... yeah, exactly. It's not your fault. when you're making mistakes with the UI in this game, because it's very inconsistent. You learn one thing, or worse yet, you already have learned things because you've played other games before. So you have conventions, and this game breaks conventions and is inconsistent with itself, so blame the game, not the player. That said, I have a hard time blaming the developers in that because UX is very difficult. It's something we struggled with a ton in Paradox. Roughly half the time in Paradox that I was there, we didn't even have dedicated UX professionals. So you had programmers doing UX, or you had artists doing UX, both of which are very problematic. Because the programmers will make something that's functional but ugly as sin, and the artists will make something that looks good but won't actually do what somebody wants it to do very well. UX is a real profession for a reason. I can't believe that lined up perfectly. No bend at all. Why does that not surprise you? It shouldn't surprise you. Paradox was one real tight-fisted company for a lot of things. And shelling out for a whole new discipline like that, whoa, how could we do that? But CK3 taught them big lessons on that one. They invested a lot in UX for CK3, and that game took off like a rocket. I wish they supported it better beyond that, though. So, I'm making the high-speed connectors without getting bogged down on Paradox-related tangents. Manufacturers, 8 of them, bring over quick wire and circuits, and this, of course. Easy money. And we have segregated the factory, because segregation is good. This side does computational stuff, that side does mechanical stuff. It makes a lot of sense to me. But there will be this point where the two collide, and I will need to mix components. And heaven help me how I'm going to handle that. Poorly, I imagine. Blueprint auto connect, please connect here. It has once again wanted to rotate away. I'm a UX designer, says Duncan. Wow, Duncan is a name I have not heard in a long time. And I'm not talking about Dunkin' Donuts here. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked once again. Duncan, Idaho. I worry about the nonsense I put people through all the time. How do you go through iteration for your UX designs? Do you employ a lot of user testing or metrics, or do you do a lot of things in-house for that? Or do you just cowboy it and go with your gut? One of the artists I worked with, and he stops by in chat sometimes, going by the name Timmy. He had to do a lot of the UIs, although he's not really a UI artist, he's an artist. But oftentimes he was the only artist available, so I think it crushed his soul every time we needed to squeeze more buttons in or make more functionality with the same or less space. Give me high-speed connectors, augmented with silicon, please. And sorry, we still cannot afford schloops. Schloops are for only the endest, biggest, best, baddest parts. I feel like it didn't paste here. It didn't paste here. Why? Ah, autosave. Maybe when the autosave starts and finishes, it cuts input. Because there have been times where I have 100%... Oh, wait, no, it bugged out my UX again. God damn it. There we go. This game starts falling apart at the seams once it runs for a few hours in my experience, but we've only been at it for 2 hours. Just 3 more buttons, Johnny. Just 3 more, but always in 3s. It's a game about 3s. That's why you have admin, dip, and mill. Right, circuit boards and quick wire. Bring it over. Different topic. Do you know why the Reddit post where alternate recipes are ranked by time and efforts, resources, or space? Do you know the Reddit post where Oh, I've read that one. Yes, I have. I'm aware of it. I don't know if the question went beyond that. It's a little tight, but I can shove you in here. And I can continue to love my bus. Something doesn't seem right. You're the wrong way round. That's what doesn't seem right. I hope I didn't put the earlier one the wrong way round. No, I don't think I did, because I remember curving it around to take it back out. Oop. You cowboy and do a lot of user testing. There we go. Well, one of the nice things about working with that is it's just the end result that matters. Ugly hacks that work are only ugly if somebody has to look at them. And very often the end user does not. We're just bringing you down here. I still like using holes though, so this hole was made for you. That's the wrong way around. Come on. Really starting to think there is a UX issue in this game where certain menus, you open them up and it just kills inputs for other things for a while. For what reason, I do not know. But God, do I love my bus. It feels so good just pulling what you need straight off of something rather than having some disparate factory half the world away. Alright, how high are we going? 1, 2, 3, 4. Are YouTube comments still eviscerating you building the bus, or has everyone began to see the vision? I think people who are sick of that have clocked out by now, and good for them, frankly. This stuff ain't healthy. Speaking of not healthy... Still didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. It's fine to still have a splitter there, but... Oh, hang on. They're willing to accept this as a compromise. Beautiful, unique, and godlike. What do you mean that's too steep? Surely you're jesting. Curvy belts are good, though. There we go. First use of the circuits straight off the bus. And then finally there's quick wire. Problem. Quick wire is needed in vast quantities. 90 times 8, 720. Solution. Have lots of quick wire. The solution was achieved by a very bright, intelligent Herculean exemplar not long ago, because I do indeed have lots of quick wire. But do I have lots enough quick wire? I think history will dictate that I do not have enough quick wire. But leave that one for the historians. Because in the end, it doesn't matter if I'm producing 1,000 quick wire a minute or 1,000 quick wire an hour. The point is, it's being produced. And as long as it's being produced, it will eventually fill up everything I need. the beauty of automation, though. You just set it up and go to sleep, everything will be fine in the morning. Why is there no floor here? I know you don't like this, but you're going to learn to like this. That's not real clipping. Ooh, this is going to get me into the same hot water that we had here, isn't it? Or not. Splendid. The quick wire flows. The manifold does its thing. And the high-speed connectors will be coming out in no time. Now, high-speed connectors, I believe I said I wanted on the bus. Why did I say that? Because they're used for RCUs, supercomputers, and automated speed wiring. That's a good enough reason. But am I going to use them in RCUs? Probably not. That second one is pretty high on the rubber demand, but I can fill a rubber demand. It also produces pretty well. It uses circuits that we produce in abundance. Aluminium casing seems preferable to computers for some reason. And it certainly seems preferable to making heat sinks. Or does it? Look at that. Heat sink 4. Only needs 3 and 3 for 1. That seems much cheaper on this, but I think I will still be using this. So you won't be used for RCUs, is what I'm getting at. That means you're used in supercomputers. Unless I make overclocked supercomputers, which cuts these out entirely. If that's the case, do I even want high-speed connectors on the bus, or do I only want them for speed wiring? And I wouldn't even use them for speed wiring. Do I want these things at all? Do I need these things at all? The heatsink is pretty situational, says Look Shaden. You need tons of powers. Best draw it off creative AI. Okay, that took me a bit. Yes, that's a Slay the Spire card joke. Also, welcome Sayuza and Sayuza's party. Yeah, I want them for Mark III power poles, there's no doubt about it, but I'm trying to think if I even want these things on the bus. My instincts are telling me no. So here's what we're going to do. We may or may not want or need them. So when in doubt, be ready. So I'm going to shove you into an industrial storage unit. And I'm also going to be kind of happy because we haven't had these things automated in ever. What the? What? Sometimes the game cares about where you're hovering over for when you type and what you type, but also sometimes it doesn't. There we go, finally. Finally this stuff is automated. I thought this stuff would be more important. But what is important is actually making computers. And I can thankfully make these just using assemblers. Decent rate, circuit boards, crystal oscillators. Crystal oscillators don't grow on trees. But I do make a fair whammy of them, right? I make 1.8 per minute per each of these. They're needed for more than just computers. You guys consume pretty much that. So if I set up half of this in computers, so 8 manufacturers for computers then. I will do just that. Not that though. Where's my manufacturer at? I always feel like I build a little bit too far away from the bus on this side, but let's stick to convention. Blueprint, auto-connect. Is it going to automatically rotate around for me? It will. So let's catch that, connect that, and continue to connect. Lovely. Oh, hold on. I just said this is an assembler job, not a manufacturer job. That's one of the many advantages to building crystal computers. Is I only need my assembler blueprint. Much smaller, I think. Is it really that much smaller? They're still pretty wide, aren't they? Will wonders ever cease? But if I only need 8, we don't need to go far back with these, and very simple to scale up as well. Right, show me the crystal computer. Bring me the black crystal. Getting closer and closer to building Phase 5 stuff. It's exciting. Alright, computers and circuits. Well, would you look at that? We're dragging circuits off right here. I see no reason to drag off the bus again when we can just do this. You go up to here, you go out to there, you make a straight one out to there. We get rid of the bottom one, it's just for positioning. And you'll start filling up with circuits already. Tasty. And then we need our crystal oscillators, which we pull off of the bus. Crystal oscillator looked like a royal pain in the bum to automate. I'm quite happy with how they ended up turning out, though. Need it down here. God, you're so tiny, I can't tell where you're at from here. Oscillators, come to me. By now, I'm starting to wish that I had made 2 different blueprints for this thing. So I wouldn't have to keep going around it, but it's not a big deal. Probably more of a faff to switch between the different ones, and I'm sure I'd accidentally used the wrong one many times. How does this keep happening? I can't help but feel I would enjoy playing around with all the limitations of Gleba in Factorio. And yet, I still really can't find myself getting excited about Space Age. Trying to think of the reason, and I am willing to put it down to reading all the dev diaries. Killed a lot of the magic of the experience. You know, you already know what's coming, so yeah. Part of the reason why I'm not looking at all the dev diaries for Project Caesar. Wouldn't want that to happen with that game. Could finally be what brings me back to grand strategy. I'm hungry for good grand strategy, but good is the operative word there. Computers are needed for a bajillion things, so of course those are going on to the bus. I can't get around them in the adaptive control unit. I cannot get around them in the supercomputer. There's no way, right? Well, I'm not going to use batteries. Yeah, they're using RCUs as well, though. But they don't have to be. Didn't I say I wanted to use this one? Am I actually not going to want computers in the bus either? Jinx, this is a big difference between this game and Factorio. So many goods not used in other goods. That can't be right. I thought for sure I'd want these things bust. Adaptive control unit and potentially nothing else is almost scary. What does my bus even exist for? And a bit more Automated wiring is not something I think I've automated. Probably should have ahead of time. But I could bring the automated wiring down here, knowing that I need them for the adaptive control unit, and that is part of the director system. If I'm making supercomputers with that, then I cannot avoid the need for cooling systems and radio control units, which are probably the next big two that I need to automate. Interesting. All right. With the knowledge that you might not end up on the main bus, we're going to do for you what we did for these things. At least this way, it's very quick and easy to bring you onto the bus if I change my mind. That's part of my brilliant plan here. So if it all doesn't work out, we're still sitting on a fat lot of buffered computers that we can very quickly use to turbocharge production. And if nothing else, we know we need computers for building a lot of other kind of things. So I need my dimensional uploader. And there you go. 33333 a minute. Oi. Why are you not working? Because you don't have a job. There are fun new mechanics in Space Age. However, the traveling from planet to planet just feels like a hassle. I was under the impression that's why they added in so many hands-off things, as in you can, from a great distance, still calibrate machines and place things and whatnot. But maybe it doesn't work out quite so smoothly, or whatever other reasons there may be. Got a lot of junk in here. Might clear that out later. Right, so with so many things made, I think we might even start thinking about Phase 5. The most important things we need to get working on are the cooling and the RCUs. Let's think about radio control units right now. There's really a lot to be said for the first one, right? Also, they would end up being used in the supercomputer anyway, so that does give the computers a use. But if I bring computers, the crystal oscillators, and my aluminium casing down, that seems fine. Doesn't seem worth the extra cost in casing to make the alternative. Yeah, I'm quite happy with the standard radio control unit, actually. Gives the computers a use. I've already got the crystal stuff right here. We can just make them right here. In fact, aside from the aluminium, this all seems fine. Just make it right here. These things scoot out. These things I further split up over here. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do it like that. RCUs at long last automated. And RCUs are used on quite a few things, right? They must be used in pressure conversion cubes, so I guess RCUs do go on the bus. As painful as that seems, they sound expensive. Alright, RCUs are made in manufacturers, right? Absolutely. Also on the crafting bench, but I think we've evolved a little bit away from that by now. It's the wrong way around. Oh. Don't know about the rate at which I'm wanting to make these. Why? Because they're not radio control units, they're some other kind of control units. Wait, what? Oh, this is assembler again. Whoops. Manufacturers. What can I say? Everything still looks so Xbox huge. How many of these things do I want? I don't know, let's start with 8. If it's too many, we can underclock. If it's too few, we can build more. I prefer not to overclock if I can avoid it, of course. exactly is overclocking. I think it doesn't like the little stairways of parts there. Alright, you there. Make me my regular radio control units. Now, there's obviously a problem here. A problem that we've been avoiding for a long time. And that's that I do not automate bringing over my aluminium. Aluminium production was automated long ago. I was told it would be difficult. Really, it was easy. And it might, well, it almost certainly needs to be scaled up and brought over here. It's close enough that I'm not going to bother with drones or anything, but... What if we made tractors do it? It's pretty close. It wouldn't be difficult to make a little tractor route. Giving that genuine consideration. Seems cool to me, but how would we fuel the tractors? I am seriously thinking about that, even though I was just talking about how belts do everything better. It'd be so easy just to belt it down and bring it up. Something to consider once I've set these up, which I will after I take a short water break, so you will admire the glow of the factory, and I'll be back in just a minute. Right, that's quite enough out of you. So. Crystal oscillators, computers, aluminium casing. Crystal oscillators, easy peasy. In fact, I could split them right here. Because splitters go right onto elevators, even if the blueprint machine's not happy with that for whatever reason. And then you can come right down here. Although... That's where the computers are, huh? Let's keep you elevated. Elevated by 2 levels, right? Yes, okay. In that case, 1, 2, 3, get in here, and then spread yourself around. And be ready for the others. Does that even work? Wow. Okay, nice. I love it when things just work. No getting around it anymore, though. I've got to bring aluminium over here. I actually want the aluminium platings that I make over there brought straight over for the bus, though. Drone the fuel for tractors? It'll be hilarious. What? Drone the fuel for them? What are you getting at? So I don't think I need the ingots, but I could be wrong. No, but I will certainly want that sheeting. The sheeting is made in good amounts already, but it could still be made in better amounts. Same goes for the aluminium sheets. Let's have a look at what's done here and what more can be done here. Something slightly concerning me is still the water byproduct issue. I still don't really comprehend how I can sort priority for the water. So we pump up all the water that we need over here, but we make excess water that I currently turn into a lot of copper, and that's fine, but if we make any more aluminium scrap, we're going to end up with more water that we don't have good use for. Maybe I've researched a recipe for that by now. Maybe that's not where we check that. It always has water as a byproduct. I don't use silica here, we just go for pure aluminium, right? Yeah. Lessens the output, but also lessens the complexity. I can sink the water, though, I suppose. Sinking the water would require packaging water, which would require empty canisters, which can be made from only plastic? That's not right. There are other ways to make these. Here we go. Steel canisters, coated iron canisters. Pretty hard to escape that need, right? Yeah, in the end, I'd need to make that, right? What other things could be done with water, then? To just get rid of this. Wet concrete is always there to use up your leftover water. Wet concrete, my beloved. Is that really our answer? Not if we don't have any limestone nearby, although we do. Got a lot of limestone nearby. You use the limiter and you pray. Nah. Yeah, the easiest way remains wet concrete. Such a good way to dump water. And who knows, we might still want more concrete back there, but one can hope not. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that we need this aluminium back here. We might not need to scale up production just yet, but I can't shake the feeling that we absolutely do. I mean, look at this. I have one machine. Granted, it is schlooped, but I only have one machine making these platings. Excuse me. I think I need to up production here significantly, or else it's never going to meet my demands. I can't believe I'm using some of these old pipeworks. What did I not have automated by the time I was doing this? Might have been plastic. Surely it wouldn't have been. Maybe I was just being skinflint. Also, I'm looking at these belts and despairing. Alright, let's consider how much of this stuff we're actually going to need down the line. Which of these need to be made a whole lot more of? Alclad aluminium sheeting is used for heat sinks and superposition oscillators. So I don't think I'm going to need that much of it, really. Heat sinks are pretty much end game stuff. Superposition absolutely is end game stuff. And the consumption is 45 and 37. And the current rate that I have these things being chonked out at. Those are the ingots, these are the platings. Well, it doesn't actually look like a rate that's going to blow anyone's socks off. Looks like it roughly half saturates a Mark III. Actually, we can run the numbers, can't we? I do 30 per minute times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think doubling that production rate is a good idea. I think just doubling everything here seems like a good idea. But that means double the water output. That still bothers me. There's got to be a way that it prioritizes usage of water in a way. I know you can prioritize the flow of water because it loves to flow from... it loves to fill up everything bottom before it does the top. But how can I use that in reverse? I don't know. Maybe I should just double things up first and see how it goes. You know what? Building more things is complicated. Having double of something now, that is simple. Great. I'm certain there's not enough bauxite flowing here. Because how much bauxite do you need now? You need 800 bauxite per minute flowing in. Well, I'm certain this thing won't be fast enough, so let's fix that. What did we say? 800? Are you going to be able to do 800? Almost. What if I tell you to do 800? Absolutely not. Okay, now that's exactly why we have Miner Mark III. Bijou. Now give me 800 per minute. Didn't need to fix anything other than just doubling you up. Alright, I think the coal... Why did I even have coal coming over here? Must have been part of the process somehow. I'm sure the coal is flowing fine already. And I'm sure I have enough water coming in, right? 400 per minute, 400 per minute. I cannot remember for the life of me the production that we have down here. Wait, that's 800 total per minute, so we can be quite certain this won't be enough. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 of these guys. Running 100, 100, 100, 100. They should probably do 150 each so I can get the full 600 flowing up there. You need 2 pipes now, don't I know it? Alright, and then we have you guys. Now you guys are pumping out 12 loads of... Wait, how much loads? 480 loads. So I need these things doubled up as well. Surely not a problem. Don't see any reason to have this stuff balanced. $240, 240, 480. That is not enough on a Mark III belt. Oh well. $480 coal, please. Zoop. Fairly certain we can produce 480 coal wherever this coal comes from. I remember setting it up long ago. I remember getting harassed by the wildlife and thinking, ugh, I should really turn wildlife onto passive. Or at least only retaliatory. Which I've since done because, yeah, not happy with the wildlife at this stage in the game. How many hours do you have in SF already? Never a big fan of Street Fighter, but you probably mean Satisfactory. The game's been running for about 245 hours, but I'd say maybe even 70 or 80 hours of that have been passive. Too many. Too many is the answer. I'll go with that. I've already forgotten the amount of this that we needed. It was something like 480. Ooh, these are not good nodes. Disgusting impurities. I'm not going to get 480, I'm going to get 300. And that's going to be a problem. No, it won't. No, it won't. The problem is that these are still minor Mark IIs. I thought something wasn't adding up here. Boom! Headshot. So 480 were needed. So we're going to set you to 480. Wait, what? No, 480 is needed, so we're going to set you to 240. Right, that's what's what. I can number good. Almost no turbo motors left. Ah, but you see, almost no turbo motors means we still have turbo motors. But they are pretty high on the list of things we need to automate right now. So that should be the coal flowing. The water remains an issue, so I need to feed the water back in. The thing is, I need to figure out how to feed the water back in. I could set it so that the water feeds back into these things first and then goes to the copper. That seems like the best way to do it. However, your need for water is insanely high. How much water is even going to pump out of this anyway? 240 per minute. 240 per minute. Okay. Here's my proposition. That'll be enough to meet your demand. This does mean that the added water production that we just did down there was a complete waste of time, but whatever. This is going to come out and feed you. You want 400, you're currently getting 480. Deal with that first. What was the best way to do this again? A way to make this stuff go straight up. I think we decided that the best way was to have a vertical thing that it was going towards. So my thinking is the water's going to flow down this bottom bit first, make sure that the production is satisfied, and then come over and deal with this stuff. Don't know if that's exactly how it's going to work, but my logic seems sound, because there's no way the water would go up there when there's still pressure needed down here. Water is lazy, it doesn't go anywhere it doesn't want to go. Also, I feel like doubling this production using schloops is just what I want to do. Less hassle. Less trouble, more rubble. I know it says settings pasted, but I've had problems with that before, so I'm just going to double everything here, or double confirm everything here. And we're going to make sure that this stuff is absolutely beansing it out of here. Sorry, you can all be upgraded. There we go. So then these beloved ingots flow into you, and you guys I also want working double time. I know this costs a lot more than double energy. Well, maybe not that much more. But we should have enough energy production that we can more than handle this. And also I'm in a position to more than double my energy production anyway. So going to be a lot of beautiful sheeting. Still all getting dumped, of course, but it'll come back here as soon as I've done with this part. And then there's you. You are on your own. You are schlooped. So essentially we're not even going to be doubling this unless I schloop a bunch of you. Or I take this one thing and I put it up to 240 production. Yes! I like that a lot. I think this is a good use of schlooping. That's tons of alclad casing. More than a man could possibly need. Probably need these things flowing better as well. Alright, is there any error in my way? The main error could be that there's not enough water going over to the copper. My counter-argument to that would be we already produce far, far too much copper. Although in a sense we're going to need twice as much as we needed before, so maybe the water production won't be able to keep up. That's a slight concern. The aluminium lift to the casings. Well spotted. Seems to be having little to no problem getting what it needs, although why is it still going dut 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 over here? Ugh, I'm sure it's fine. I have no reason to think this isn't fine. Yeah, if you're made 60 per minute, there's no reason to think that this won't be flowing fast enough. The lift, under the splitter before the intake. I do not know which one you mean for that. There are a lot of things like that. So increase the intake of you regardless, though. Upgrade the copper ingot belts? I don't think that would be necessary. However, in the off chance that it is, we'll do that. There we go. They were already getting split, so if it wasn't good enough before, it wouldn't be good enough with this upgrade. And it was good enough before. So now we have all these sheets coming in. A whole lot of them. The thing is, you need a whole lot of them, don't you? These will be made into regular radio control units, 40 per minute. They're also needed for fused frames, 75 per minute. Ooh. Also heat exchangers, 30 per minute, far more reasonable. And we've got 540 coming out per minute. Could end up being one of the things that we have as a choke point. But I'm pretty certain this does eat everything, right? You eat 360, and you guys are 6 times 60, so they're eating 720. And I'm pretty sure that's our production rate. Yes, it absolutely is. One point could be that if one of them is produced plentifully enough, and we need the aluminium to feed another one, then go for that. Because I'm struggling to think that these alclad sheetings are going to be needed in so much compared to the other thing. Yeah, heat sinks and oscillators, but the thing about the bus is you might want to share these a bit more. So what I should likely do is W. DW. Alternatively, put this thing the right way around. It's funny, I thought I rotated you already, but... What exactly is your problem here? Not looking for anything fancy, just get in there. I don't even mind slooping this a second time. As long as all comes tumbling out. Not going to face problems with this, are we? No, that's 540 and 540, so this belt should handle it magnificently. But then you're going to eat too much. Which means I don't really want to sink these anymore. Well, bleh. Doesn't matter until it comes back over to the main bus. But it shall. Yeah, Admira, with stream delay, it's hard to understand what you mean when you say this one. I need directions. Although I'm struggling to see any problem here. As long as everything is flowing, then there's probably no real problem, right? However, these guys aren't getting it fast enough. Why is that? These are no longer working properly because they don't get enough alumina solution. And you're not working because you don't get enough what? Bauxite? Yeah, looks like you're running out of bauxite. So there's something to be solved with the bauxite. Somewhere along the line this bauxite doesn't flow properly. I got the Mark 6 right here. It's also having a problem flowing. It does 800 a minute. We need 800 a minute. Is there a problem here? There's not a bit of belt stuck in there, is there? Absolutely not. Mark 6, Mark 6, Mark 6. Mark 6, Mark 6. Maybe the feeders. The feeders are Mark 3s. Mark 3 doesn't do 400. There we go. So the feeder for the bauxite's the problem. A problem that is now solved. Yeah, I forgot just how slow the Mark 3s are. But now this should steadily creep up to 100%. Or we can just turn it off and on again, and then it will delightfully tell me that they're running at 100%. Do hope the water doesn't become an issue, though. It could. Absolutely could. Especially if it doesn't all balance up correctly. But yeah, I mean, there's 480 water coming out. You'll eat 400, so 80 water is still flowing into this. Far less than before, which means not all of these are going to be running. 80 water per minute, huh? That's only going to support 8 of them, not the many that I've built here. How many did I build? 20? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I've got a lot of them. However, is that not a problem I could solve by bringing the excess water around here and shunting this up by 200? Might be prudent to do that. I wonder if it would work if I did it the same way again. So again, if we just elevate this, hopefully it will drink all of this before it even thinks about wanting to come up here. What are you trying to do? Strange and unnatural things. I'm hopeful this will work. I think logic is sound. Fills up the water here, then excess flows over to here, and it'll fill up these before it even thinks about flowing from this pipe over to this system. Again, assuming this is enough elevation to stop it from splitting. Seems okay, the coal is flowing, the solution is flowing. It'll take a bit for it to reach you, but as long as these ones are filling up, which they are, because alumina scrap goes very high, then this should be fine. I struggle to think of a reason why it won't be. So what we need to do is bring all of these goods over to the main bus. How do we do such a thing? The most obvious thing is just drag a belt out along here and bring it up and over there. That's a long way to bring a belt. Oh, we brought belts long ways before. I'd rather do it from that way over to here, though. I've got a clear idea of which direction it's wanting to go. My PhD, my pretty huge what? Uh-oh, mistakes were made. Change course. Forgot. You don't turn on a dime unless you're on a jetpack. So let's say these two lines will be our lines for aluminium. You und you. But how? How do we establish such a thing? I could have it such that it just comes along here, topside. Could even have holes come through here. I'm okay with that. I'm more than okay with that, actually. Let's do it. I was okay with that. Alright, don't look at each other like that, then. Doop doop, doop doop. And we don't like straight around here, we like default. Huh? Oh, that's right, we just went and put these things the wrong way, directionally the wrong way. Fortunately, that's easy to fix. Jolly good. Now this might get in the way of some things that we try and build up along here later on, but that's a later on concern. In fact, I can do one of these going along this way and then do the other one in reverse on the way back, can't I? Yes. Good, that saves me quite a bit of work. If there's one thing I love being saved, it's work. So simple. Yeah, compared to the circuit belt, this is next door. And it is next door. Almost like when we built the aluminium factory, we were thinking, main factory is going to be in blue water crater area. Let's be ready for that. I wouldn't want to accuse myself of such forward thinking, though. Alright, we've come this far. Now what? Now this. We know we can go down and hit up to there. So we're going to align you somewhat. But only somewhat. Yes, right on you. I need a hole. I need 2 holes, in fact. The way these pipes are set up, this could cause a problem. Yeah, because my pipes aren't quite set up like this, are they? No, let's consider where the hole could actually go so it doesn't interrupt my pipe flow. That would be okay, and that would be okay. So both sides of one of these, gotcha. Oh, and that actually works out because the other one's going to be on the right of this. Splendid. Gosh, does this guy really think this through? How high is too high? What do you mean can't be nudged? I don't have perspective. Is that okay? No, because it's the wrong way around. If only I could fly. If only somebody had brought power over here. There we go. And then you're going to be coming along here just fine. I don't see any reason to drag that thing across right now, because right now we're going to drag you all the way here. And we know that's right on the cusp of this, so it's a nice trivial thing. Oh wow, that even reaches. Amazing. Apparently, but still amazing. Yeah, it's fine enough. So again, right on the cusp of these coming together. Ooh, which of these are these? I think you are. No, that's still the wrong way around. Oh, but it can be reversed whilst in this mode. Beautiful. And now these will come together. Along this road that I've already built for myself. I was thinking ahead, not necessarily for this, but I was thinking ahead. I was ready to say that's okay, it adds character, but no, let's not do it like that. That's what happens when I don't have everything powered up. With this, the only thing that my belt, or my bus rather, won't have access to is gas. And gas is a very trivial thing to add to it. The only reason I haven't done it so far is just because I don't think I need it anytime soon. But we're getting close to needing it quite soon. It'll be needed for cooling systems. It'll be needed for fusing the frames. So I guess when I'm back there, as I wait for my aluminium buffer to buffer up, which I'm aware is not something we need to do, it's just something I'm doing, we can go and source our nitrogen, which is quite close by, so a very trivial job, I believe. still never clipped. So goodbye, awesome sink. You have sunk a lot of points for me with regards to these. But now I'm taking my sheets. These remain an excellent thing to dump. For that reason, I am going to set up a smart splitter in the wrong place, delete it, and then put it in the right place, such that if we ever are actually full up, I can send the overflow over to the left. Why is this not very smart? Left output gets overflow, center gets the rest flow. It's all part of the charm. Hang on, which side are you meant to be on? I think it's meant to be on this side, right? It better be, because that's the side it's on now. Whee! Belts are too fast, what I'm even trying to do here. Never clip, ignore that power tower ladder clipping through. It's not clipping though, you see. The center of a conveyor belt simply manipulates the field around the object. It's not a physical thing. We have evolved beyond that. It's also nice that this is a long belt that justifies being a Mark 6. I dread to think the damage I've done to my Fix-It Trigons and my Time Crystal buffers. Speaking of which, we will probably not too far from now have to severely upscale our Time Crystal production. But I believe that is going to be only after we automate a good amount of turbo motors and or RCUs. If I recall, that was one of the main grinding points for not being able to do it before. I had to go crawling to Ada for RCUs, as I recall. Oh, but I'd crawl for Ada any day of the week. Right. And just as we did before, all I need to do is drag you forward. Gosh, this took no time at all. Somebody said aluminium was difficult. I think somebody was having a laugh at my expense. Nope. No. Speaking of nobody laughing ever, see the video that we had of Little Britain the video game as our punishment game. There were apparently 2 scenes in that so egregious that they got flagged for worldwide banning. So I had to trim them out of the VOD. I don't know what the end result will look like. I'll give it a check before it goes live. Not that anybody should check out that video, but if you are truly curious on the absolute epitome of British humour around the turn of the millennium, it might be a nice little bit of cultural enrichment for you. At the very least, you can add to your very limited number of games I'm sure you're aware of that feature projectile vomiting directed at children as a gameplay mechanic. So perhaps it's worth it for that alone. You heard me. See, Space Echo thinks it's a trap. And let it flow. So we've got aluminium thingamajiggers. What do we even call these ones? It's called aluminium casing. Aluminium casing. Something isn't right. That's not how you spell casing, is it? It is how you spell casing. It looks like such a wrong word, doesn't it? Looks like it should be kissing. It's kind of like casino with a G instead of an O. Oh well, it is as it is. What about you? You're some kind of weird al-clad sheeting, right? Can't we just say aluminium sheeting? We will. Sheet. Alright, the buffers will fill up rapido. And the belt is at my beck and call. Why do we have stream today? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, I really want to get this game finished this week. It has been dragging. But also, I won't be around on Wednesday, so good to get another stream in to make up for that. Not for your sake, but for mine. I do enjoy having streaming in my day-to-day. Missing out on a day would make me feel the itch. I'd feel the hunger. But yeah, the dentist wants me back. I popped out one of my wisdom teeth. They want the other two. They said one of them's okay. I don't know why. They all look the same to me, but who am I to doubt the words of two dentists? Why did I bring over the aluminium? It was purely to make you. What are you? Radio control units. Well, that's excellent because I absolutely want those automated right now. We were just talking about how and why we wanted those automated. What did you want, by the way? Was it the casings or the sheets? Casing, and rather a lot of it at that. Good thing we doubled that and then doubled it again. And over here should be sufficient. Any ideas on what comes next? Yes. Yes, I do. Have those ideas, that is. The first thing that's going to be done at the conclusion of this long play is that we're going to run a Nancy Drew game. It's been long overdue, and the most befitting Nancy Drew game I can think for this experience is Nancy Drew and the Deadly Device, a rare Nancy Drew game that actually features a murder. And when we rated all the Nancy Drew games, it was up there as one of the best. Although I might have been heavy-handedly pushing for it to be the best. That doesn't change the official count. Some people heavily pushing for theirs to be the worst. Looking at you, JJ, it wasn't that bad. Then again, I haven't played that one yet. Okay, that was the New Zealand one, as I recall. The something of the medallion? Curse of the medallion? Gosh, it's been too long. So this is what happens when you get out of touch with your Nancy Drew games. You forget what they're all about. Straight as a pretzel. In you go, in you go, in you go. Okay. Perfect. And now they operate, and those RCUs will be mine. Did I decide on busing these or not? I'm so glad I had all them pulled out in one general aesthetic. Wow, I've never had general anesthetic. I'm not sure I'd want it. Maybe I'd want to try it for the experience. So you're used in turbo motors, and I don't think I'll be doing the turbo pressure motor. So either of these does call for the RCU. RC is used in the OC supercomputer, which is likely the one I'm going to be using. Is that what I decided? I didn't bring all that plastic up here for no reason. Not entirely sure about that one. Maybe so, maybe no. I'll have to make a judgment call based on what I currently consume. And it's used in the... Oh, yes, it's used in two of the kinds of electric motors, but it's also used in the pressure conversion cube And that's the only way to make the pressure conversion cube. I think we're going to bus this. But it's going to be the penultimate thing we bus, I reckon, because I've only got 2 spaces left. I don't particularly want to expand the bus. I could bring it upwards, but I'm starting to think we don't need to anymore. Are there really any goods remaining that actually need to be bussed? Because currently it feels like all we have to do now are the endgame materials. Am I right or am I wrong? I don't know. Certainly expanded this one out in this direction a bit too far. Oh well. None of that early access BS, none of that rushing things. They only released Salem once it was perfect. Perfect by some metrics, I'm sure. Also, it'd be nice if all of you worked. Zoop. I don't make these computers for a joke. Although maybe it's a joke to you. That's a lot of computers. Gosh, to think all the hand feeding I did to meet our computer needs in the past. Is one of these belts going to be enough? We got 8 times 40. Yeah, that'll be plenty. Okay, happy to see you RCUs, but yes, I think you're going to be joining my illustrious Bustrious. How though? How do we get over to... Well, we get over to here, don't we? And there are going to be a lot of little things that get in the way. At this point, I've made it quite convoluted to even access my bus. However, one thing is... It's not a big deal to go 2 down because there are only pipes underneath you. But is there an easier way to get access to the bus over there rather than having to thread all these needles? I could take a wavy way along there, but then why even get to the bus? One school of thought... No, there are multiple schools of thoughts here, aren't there? Could actually just bring it along here, bring it up and over. Yeah, that seems like less work, and I think we're approaching the end of the bussing, so I'm okay with that. Gonna get rid of you. Going to grab a hand on you. Gonna get this up as far as we can. Hopefully we can clear all of this. But how high will you go? Especially if I make you curvy. Curvy tends to be able to make the highest heights. Nary a concern. Ooh, nice. I like it. Alright, so I think we can rather safely bring you down and along here. Sweet. A little bit of cheating, though, and actually really bad for me if I need to take anything off the bus, because it trims off over to the side here, and then this is going to get in the way. Which might be all the more reason that it should actually go under one of these buses. Although, it could still infringe. That still does allow... I mean, it allows for something going under one of these rather handily. I'm going to do that. What's the point in having all this set up if we don't put it to good use? Plus, I fill my inventory with these RCUs. Cool guy Jake flexing he's never had major surgery. Well, not to my knowledge. That's funny, because it's actually going under... Ooh, even better. Why don't you go under the belt that you are, or the bus belt that you are? That's even cooler. Cooler than Lord Frieza. This is getting out of control, though. I need an angle that doesn't keep giving me the jitters. Things like this make this game superior to Factorio. I mean, Factorio, you got things like belt weaving, which can look quite pretty. And it's wonderful how easy it is to put all those together. This isn't right. I have made a mistake in some way about this thing coming over, but not of great concern. This is being submitted for anybody's approval but my own. I had my eyes zapped, but that was just a local anesthetic on the eyes. Didn't feel a thing. Well, except for the pressure. And the laughter from the joking of the Germanic surgeon. Now that I have destroyed your eyesight, I shall fix it for you. Yes, sir. He has still never clipped in his life. Although now, what about how I bring these things up? Oh, wait, I've got an idea. A devilish one at that. That might be a little clippy, though. But nothing saying it even has to go that far. Get me a hole, please. And find the awkward bit where you actually strap in there. Oh, that's pretty. Remaining problem is that I've completely blocked the entrance to the final part. Wow, yeah, that was not the plan. I guess this just ended up extending further and further until it became a problem. There's no way up there. I'll have to find an alternative way through to fill up the final belt part. If indeed I need a final belt part. There's always the possibility that I don't. It'd be very nice for that to be the case. This definitely needs a dimensional toilet. We have never automated these before. Jings, this feels good. This feels really good. And there were people that doubted the power of the bus. The bus brought me right back into the game. Now, to be clear, it's a radio control unit, not a... What's the one in Factorio? Radio control unit. Maybe it is called radio control unit in Factorio. Who would believe? Rocket control unit? Okay, that sounds familiar enough. Familiar enough to be true. So it glides along the bottom and then glides along the top. I like it. I like it a lot more when it's absolutely chock-a-block with all my goodies. With all of this, could I finally get the goodies that I need for the end tier? What do I still need for... Oh, turbo motors are needed. Turbo motors are probably the last thing I'll want to bust, right? No, I won't want to bust those. Those only go into the thermal propulsion rocket. But I'm finally going to add it to my to-do list because now I think we can to do it. Tier a day after all, right? Yep. One tier shed a day. What is the goal of the game, says Body TV? The goal is to finish that. That space program is called Project Assembly. And our AI assistant has been giving us all the tasks we need to fulfill this goal, because apparently fulfilling that goal is part of saving humanity, who is under threat from lack of resources and infighting and whatever else. So, one thing I know that we need are fluctuators, but I already have fluctuators automated into the toilet, so take all of those. The RCUs are currently being automated, so that'll be taken care of, no problem. All the more reason that turbo motors need to be the next thing that I do. I have all the gubbins for this, question mark? No, and it depends on which RCU I want to, which turbo motor I want to make. Do I want to use rubber, or do I want to use not rubber? Rubber is substituting a need for motors and rotors, but I already produced those in the many. However, cooling units versus RCUs is another question. And I haven't looked into what I need for my cooling systems, but it's probably, yeah, that gas. It's also going to necessitate heat sinks, although this is the only use for heat sinks, so I would make heat sinks out of rubber and aluminium casing, and then I would use the heat sinks for making these with probably more rubber. Although, I don't know about that one. Maybe I would still use rubber here. Saves on nitrogen gas, but do I really need to care that much about nitrogen gas? That should be a very cheap and easy thing to bring up by the many. Okay, doesn't change the fact that turbo motors need to be made on the double. It's going to eat up anything that I might call an RCU buffer, though. Also no water. As in, it requires no water, but I already have water brought up here, and that water should be used for something. Right, turbo motors are now, right. Electromagnetic control rods are easy. You are less easy. Are you used for something else? Yes, you're needed for the thermal propulsion rocket. If I... And the OC supercomputer if I do that. Yeah. I like the idea of making you next to the supercomputer and then dragging over things for that, but... I would need to make you, but you're easy. Those are on the bus, those are on the bus, but I'd really like to not use so much RCUs. I really would like to use not so many RCUs, so I don't think we actually do the electric motor. But look at that rubber consumption. But rubber isn't currently getting used for much of anything, I don't think. Hard to say. You know what? We're doing turbo electric motors. That's going to necessitate electromagnetic control rods, which are used in the field generator. Oh, but if I didn't do that, I wouldn't need them for anything else. AI limiters and stators. Far prefer that over high-speed connectors. Far prefer that. Alright, so we make electromagnetic control rods. And then we put them not on the bus, although they probably should go on the bus, because turbo motors are going on the bus, surely. No, turbo motors don't get used for anything else. What's my last bus ingredient? Is it actually the cooling system? Or is it electromagnetic control rods? Might actually be cooling system, because they're used in a bunch of different things. Although, if we ignore that... Gosh, that's hard to say. I got one coveted slot yet, and who gets to use it? Alright, turbo motors. Since I need them for my spatial energy regulation, and it'd be good to figure out what ballistic launch missile things need. It'd be funny if Ada's actually just teaching us how to blow up the Earth. As a malevolent AI, she's decided that the best cure for humanity is to eradicate humanity. Also, every so often, the direction of the beam in the middle of my glass things changes. That would be off-putting for some, but doesn't bother me. Or so he says. It's crazy how happy this game is to just overlap entities. I could put this blueprint on itself several times, occupying the same area, Z-fighting all the way to the bank. But if you dare to build a storage container anywhere near a manufactory, the game will throw a hissy fit. What's a man to make of that? Yeah, turbo electric motors then. We'll do it that way. What's our production rate on these RCUs anyway? 2.5 per minute per building. 2.5, 5, 10, 20 a minute. That sure is not a lot, huh? And these consumption rates are pretty low, but not like my production rates are through the roof. It's okay. Time will solve all of my problems. First and foremost, I'm going to need electromagnetic rods if I want to do this. Safe in the knowledge that I'm going to need those for the magnetic field generator. And that's going to require versatile framework, which is going to need steel. I think I would end up making this on this side regardless, though. And I never did get around to making my steel. Just regular steel beams. I don't think I did, at least. Why did I not do that? Making molded beams is hardly a big deal. I guess I just didn't figure I needed them. Yeah, I think I said I'd make them on site while needed. And I think I can stand by that decision. Doesn't change the fact that I need those electric control rods. It's just assemblers, and I will use AI limiters. So give me my assemblers. I have no idea on the scale here at all, so we're just going to start with 8. Please make me... And I've already forgotten what they're called. Electro something or other. Electromagnetic control rods. Save a statter, but spend on the high thingamajiggers. No, I don't think statters is such a big deal that we need to worry about that. Take it all. No need to connect, they're already connected, and we'll have you lined up. Ah. Huh? Let's try that one more time, shall we? Potentially doing it correctly. Okay, very good. Bring on the statters and the AI limiters. Are the AI limiters close enough by that I don't need to pull them off of the bus? Pulling off the bus is a bit of a pain. No, they're made really rather far away, aren't they? Yes, here's the home of the AI limiters, and then up they go. Let's just drag them off the bus. And the statters, of course. No point having a bus if you just betray the bus rules, right? Blueprint, auto-connect, the correct way around, and boom. And then boom some more, and then just like that we're out of Alclad sheets, but that's okay. It was preordained. Why have I got this one extra line here? I think it's because I had one extra line at the bottom. Might be coming towards the end of the extent of this bus at this point. Exciting. So over here, stators and AI limiters. Which of these look like AI limiters to you? Well, here's the stators. And here are the AI limiters. Crazy that they'd be further back. All these quick wire things seemed like such futuristic devices when we first came across them. And now we've got your number production standards. I love how quick and easy this is. It's still about 5 times as much work as Factorio. But then nothing grinds the gears of Satisfactory players quite like the comparisons to Factorio. But I think you're mad. Mad! If you think those similarities are not fair and balanced. Like my balancers. Right, stators. Come with me. 5. You're mad as a hatter. Nice to put stators to use as well. Again, early on in the game, they felt like, ooh, fairly advanced ingredient we're making here. They need manufactured goods, made from manufactured goods, or perhaps rather processed goods. And now they are but a pawn in our advancement to phase 5. Alright, show me the hole. And hole, innie. Is that about to be a problem? No, not at all. Alright, so electromagnetic control rods are go, but remember those electromagnetic control rods are for making turbo motors, for which we have everything else we need. They're made in manufacturers. Use a bunch of goods, huh? Okay, here's my proposition. This goes behind here, so that I can split these and actually bring them back. Actually, counterpoint, I would want to extend this out this way, so no, let's not do it like that. Let's continue the operation. I don't know how much I'm going to need to scale this up after all, but we're ready for it. Being in Sweden, Jake, have you ever gone on vacation to Lithuania? I lived there for a spell and I loved it. Yes. I took a long weekend. Yeah, I think a long weekend. Me and a bunch of friends from back in the UK, I think there were 7 or 8 of us in total, took a long weekend. We hired out a penthouse suite in lovely old town Lithuania, and it was so good. Put Lithuania in my favorite of the Baltic countries. Looking for manufacturers, there we go. Yeah, loved it. But I don't currently live in Sweden, and I hope to never return. Not even never live there. I have no plans of even setting foot in Sweden again. I might change my mind on that one when I become old and mouldy and want to sponge off of all the benefits of living in Sweden. But that's a long ways away. Although maybe not long enough. Alright, turbo motors, come to me. I believe we said we'd make the electric turbo motors. Starting to want to sloop things, but not quite. Slooping should always be done with the most advanced thing first, because then you get the most savings out of it. Per sloop. I remember being told that you should use production boosters for iron in Factorio, and I always thought that was bizarre. And now I understand that whoever was telling me to do that was... well, there's no way of putting it nicely, so I won't put it at all, but I'm pretty sure you know what I'm saying. Maybe I should just say it wrong. But yeah, down with living in Sweden, up with living in Hungary. This country gets a bad rep, but man, do I enjoy it here. Oh, good. I was wondering if that would snap in line, and it absolutely did. Nerd Tears is not living up to their name because they say, I'm always too intimidated by Factorio. This is a steep hill in my brain. I think it's easier of the two because 3D, so mistakes and bad planning can be negotiated with. Satisfactory is absolutely the easier of the two. Not least of all, it's more accommodating for mistakes, and I think it has a much easier learning curve, although Factorio does assist you a lot with that. But there's no pressure. You can go as slowly and as leisurely as you want. And unless you're going toe-to-toe with the wildlife, they're not going to actively destroy you. In Factorio, there's always that tower defense style pressure that something wants to tear down what you're building. And you've got to be prepared for that. You could set it to peaceful mode, but I would argue you're barely playing Factorio at that point. Dealing with that stress is part and parcel. Of course, in the end, you find the experience that's most tailored for you. I tend to mod the games I play to my desire. Can't hold it against someone if they use an in-game setting to make it better for themselves. Well, maybe a little bit. And DDR players that use the C400 mod. Are you even playing DDR? Alright, show me the hole again. We're going deep. Hope. Actually, maybe not that deep, because I actually want you higher than the other ones. And once again, I'm going to try and line this up. But will I succeed? Absolutely. Absolute. Can't get over how friendly the people were in Lithuania as well. Oh, just such a magical experience overall. Why is this not flowing? Because I never linked you up, that's why. Feels like something else isn't flowing. The electromagnetic control rods. Actually, that's a manifold problem. You are very greedily eating up all of them. And that wouldn't be a problem if I had splitting set up. So I can kind of see why a lot of things don't stack very highly in this game. Caused a lot of early issues with my inventory, but at least now I can appreciate it a bit. Beyond this, though, you need motors and rotors. What a funny sounding combination when you say it quickly. Why did 3 get changed again? This happens every now and then. I'm pretty sure I didn't hit 3 to change conveyor belt in this menu. UX is easy, though, said nobody. Nobody who knew what they were talking about, at least. I'm not even sure we're going to need to up our productions. Maybe when we get to the end, things have them schlooped and sharded. We're going to want more power, but right now it looks like we are master of our own fate when it comes to power consumption. Right, at this stage over here, I want my motors and rotors, I believe it was. Here's the rotors. It was motors and rotors, right? Electrified thingamajigger, motors and rotors. As I continue to love my bus. Lithuanians are absolutely wonderful people. Their language is fun to learn as well. It's a beautiful old language. Okay, well, that is something I cannot say about Hungary. There's no beauty. Not even that old. They separated, finally became independent, and they're like, okay, what do we do with our language? Should we use German? Really handy, easy, international language for Europe. You know, we've got a lot of German-speaking neighbors. Might be useful. No! Heavens, no. We don't want to be understood. We just broke away from them. Let's make the most indecipherable language in all of Europe. We're not even going to base it on Latin. That'll show them all. GG, well played, Hungary. My landlord actually did ask me, why are you not learning Hungarian? I didn't want to tell him that I thought his language was absolute gutter trash tier, but I just told him, oh yeah, I already work in so many languages, right? There's Swedish in my head, you know, and English, and all that Japanese I've learnt. Oh, I couldn't possibly fit Hungarian in there. Oh, okay, okay. God-awful language, though. Let's be real. Right. Motors again. Get a little tight for dragging these out, but we can make that work. Of all your streams, I have to say, Still Wakes the Deep's one of my favourite. So you get a kick out of all the Scottish accents. It's so rare to see authenticity in Scottish accents in any media. Because so often it's just they brought in some Canadian who has Mick in his name and decided, you'll do, you'll be our Scottish voice here. Or they grab an American who watched Braveheart once and they say, okay, you're our Scottish voiceover guy. How is that not a bigger deal? People have gone absolutely mad about different races doing different voices. But when it's Scots, it's fair play. It's like racism bad, but not if it's against redheads. I tell you, there's something foul at play. Marvin's right. If Jake learns a language, he can suddenly understand the inane blathering around himself and he has to leave the country ASAP. Yeah, it's really nice not to understand the blathering that goes around you. Really nice indeed. Curving you at the end there might actually cause me some problems if I want to put another line in here, but the whole point of having this extra bit here is that we don't have an extra line. So I think we'll be okay. I will bring you along like such. I'll get myself another hole like such. You're coming here. At least this time you'll get fed like so. Yeah, not learning Swedish was a power move. I think there were only disadvantages to learning Swedish. Alright, there we go. Rotors and motors. And the other bits that don't flow nearly fast enough, but the manifold can figure it out. Maybe my production won't be up to speed though, right? These things need 4.6. I do not make them fast enough here. I'm going to have to double up this production already. Especially knowing that I need more of these down the line anyway. But that is so incredibly easily done. So incredibly easily done? Yes, yes, absolutely. However, I do need to copy you and paste, 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 paste. Must have been horrific playing this game without blueprints. I imagine they were added during the early access phase. You already speak the lingua franca. It's not your fault if others don't understand you. The lingua franca of Scots. Who needs more? Right, very happy to see turbo motors coming out. What was our stance on turbo motors, by the way? Are they going on the bus or not? No, because they're only used for the thermal propulsion rocket. However, they will get the buffer and toilet treatment. If I can remember where we have these things. Organization, industrial storage buffer. Kind of gets in the way here, which is why you instead go here. Easy clearance, and then dimensional toilet on top. There we go. And Ada was talking about this thing being difficult to automate. There we go. Done as an afterthought. Hell, when I played, you couldn't connect blueprints together. And I played on the 1.0 release. Yeah, that... I think I timed my play here well. Could have been timed even better if I just waited a couple of weeks for 1.1, but at the time I had no concept of these issues. So what is there left to do? Now that we have the turbo motors here, pretty soon I'll have all the turbo motors needed for the spatial energy regulation. I should probably clean my inventory, actually, and then consider what is needed. But I suspect one of the... oh, hang on. If I want to go back... this is one of the easiest ways to go back. Gonna need to sort out those kind of teething issues when I set up my roller coaster. Ooh. It even makes that kind of chugga-chugga noise. I'll have to have signs that say, please do not stick your hands and feet out of the roller coaster carriage. Simply win? I intend to simply win. But there are a few things I don't have. Things like singularity cores. Oh, that's right. Where are my fluctuators? Da-da-da-da-da. Take them all. Might as well take these. Why do I have so few of them in the toilet? I put RCUs onto the bus, and oh, only a quarter of them end up going in here, right? Yeah, because it gets split in half, and then out of here... no, not even. I think it gets preferential treatment going into this before going up to that. That is not acceptable. I do want this thing filled up as a matter of priority for you. Somebody told me it's the first connector that takes priority out of a box. Although it's all moving a bit fast to keep track of it. That should have gotten uploaded there. Not that it's a big deal, like these will take a while to flow. And actually they're going to flow even worse into that because now they're getting consumed, aren't they? Yes. That's okay though, I don't need to rush that, but I do need to figure out how to get that last ingredient there. What are you doing here? Not a whole lot of anything. Let's clear out that inventory. It's getting on my bits. Do the trains go fast enough to count as roller coasters? No, but they could be part of the monorail that takes us around the theme park. This is starting to sound like it's going to be a big undertaking. It's okay, it's a spare time undertaking. Right, all these raw resources, get out of here. You're raw enough. Yeah, even all these circuits, I don't need them. Limiter, sayonara. I'm not going to chuck those crystal oscillators or those computers, though. Crystal oscillators belong on the bus. I'm even going to chuck my leaves, something I never used to do. Oh, and I spotted some mycelia. You're getting out of here. The alien meat can go into the toilet. I will need to bring up the gas here because cooling systems I think is next on the chopping block. Chopping block? Oh, they're next on the chopping block. Here you are, crystal oscillators. Oh gosh. I have a problem. The problem is I'm too good. Look, if the train lobby didn't want to be in shambles, they shouldn't have had a train system in this game be so finicky. As it stands, though, it absolutely is. Indefensibly so. Good, the radio control units are kind of building up. Those things do get made slowly, concerningly slowly. However, the turbo motors should also be filling up. Actually, again, they're going to come out the bottom part first, right? No, it does appear to be going in there. Good, good. That leaves the other thing, and I believe it's a superpositional oscillator. Sounds complicated, but surely it's not that bad. It's made in a quantum encoder. It uses something that's on the bus, something that's on the bus, something that I can actually make into a loop using the superposition oscillator, as long as I had a bit of a starter for it. And something... Okay, so it doesn't even need acid. This is good. We should be able to super oscillate for this. Question, do I care about excited photonic matter in a bigger sense? The answer is yes. We need it for neural quantum processing. We need it for the superpositional, obviously, and the neural quantum processor. But this stuff is just made, right? Just convert it, blast it out. But beginning to suspect that actually one of these we're not going to use. It turns out we don't need this much water, and that's a wonderful thing to learn. So I might just set up a bit of super excited matter making around here and pump it straight into there for future use. Does infringe upon the factory a bit, but what if we just changed the rules a little bit? There was nothing in the rules saying that we couldn't change the rules. So how about we do this? That's the factory floor after all. And to those that call this Sky Factory just floating in the air, nope, it is actually supported by one incredibly strained personnel elevator. Personnel elevators were added in 1.1, so hey, why not make use of them? 7 days to die habits, gotta die hard after all. How much do you need? You only have 2 pipes. Not much, surely. We're just going to remove this, and we're going to change... Oh, that's a lot of color changing. Yeah. But I do need it for quite a few things, so it would be nice to have on the bus. Yeah, it absolutely would be nice. So what is used for that again? It's converters, right? Converters cost me things I don't really have. And things I need to automate for that matter. But we can do exactly that. Absolutely nothing stopping us. So just excite some photonic matter. It's really that simple. In fact, why don't you just do it a lot? Yeah, 2 of you will get me all the exciting matter that I need, right? Especially if I turn you around the right way. Not if I don't have radio control units. I could schloop you. It's only 2 schloops, but it seems like a waste of time. Yeah, those radio control units certainly are popping up quite often. However, I could double this later when needed. That's another part of the approach. Kind of a weird motion blur there. Don't like how much you're blocking everything when we do this. Could I perhaps do a bit of jiggling and wiggling, bring you over here instead? And then straighten you out. And then I want to balance you in the most fair and balanced manner. This stuff requires no head lift, probably, so I'm sure it's fine. And then finally, I need something really white. I guess we're making a custom thing for you. How do you make a custom color anyway? Edit my custom color to be whiter than white. Oh right, it's 2 colors, isn't it? Okay, white with a touch of less white. Like me. Just want to make absolutely sure I don't mistake this for water. Piping all that from the bus will be more of a hassle. You mean than just not busing it at all? You're probably right. However, I want to. Good for organization. Good for scaling. Good for my satisfaction. Although I wonder just how much of this stuff I'm going to be needing. Talk about superpositional. That's what the aluminium sheets are when they're wandering along my belt here. Easy. But you haven't started working yet, so please start working. Yeah, counterpoint Satisfactory long play is in the title. There you go. Very loud machine. Uses, how much? A halfway point between 335 and 1343 gigawatts, so somewhere in the region of 800 megawatts. Fortunately, we have plenty of power spare to handle that. So about that superposition oscillator, now that I have this, we have everything else we need as well, except for you, of course. Now, how do we kickstart you? Because I can't make dark matter crystals until I have some kind of dark matter residue to kickstart everything. Ah! We could very easily kickstart you. Alright then, superpositional thingamajigger is made in the quantum encoder. How do I make a quantum encoder? It was there and now it's not. No, that's an equipment workshop. A quantum encoder requires a bunch of things, but we have a bunch of things. It's also rather large. But what isn't in this game? Okay, and let's get superpositionally oscillating. It's actually the last thing we need to automate for the milestones. That's a good sign. Probably. Ah, flying over here takes so long. Whee! And so begins the superpositional oscillating. How many of these things am I going to need? How quickly are you made? And also, do I want to schloop you? You're made very, very slowly. However, you're only needed for AI expansion servers. So I would dare to say that we make one of you and schloop and shard you. Although that's going to make you very expensive to run. And the goods you need aren't very expensive to begin with. Schlooping and sharding you feels like a waste in a big way. There's also the consideration that you need dark matter crystals, and those need to be crystallized from you using a... what? A particle accelerator. Ooh, Alright, nobody said this would be easy. But nobody was trying to say it would be easy. We do this not because it's easy, but because we thought it would be easy. The quantum other thing doesn't require the crystal to begin with. Yeah, but it still seems like the better way of doing it. Wait, no, this is the only way to make it. Although you're probably getting at making these... Nah, I certainly want to do dark matter crystallization so that this thing can completely fuel itself. I think this will be very easy. Exactly, I think it'll be easy. Let's start with our single superposition oscillator. which starts with our single quantum encoder, which we have never built before. And trying new things is fun. So we're going to get you and all your gubbins first. Whoa, fancy. 5 a minute, so you don't even take that long to work. Also, what's all these fancy flickering lights? I can even click on them. They're making noise. Cool. Recht. Aluminium. Oscillators. Lots of things. Aren't oscillators pretty close by here and I could just grab them again? Well, kind of. Well, I already dragged them out of here, didn't I? No, I should probably play fair and take them off the bus. They're so far back on the bus, so I'm very happy to have these things automated. Are you in line? Absolutely. See, even these advanced goods. We have a one-stop shop to achieve it all. I still haven't figured out this bus and long factory. What's there to figure out? It's just a bus. The goods get fed in and buffered there, shoved down here, and whenever I need something for a factory, we make one of these splitters so that we evenly take off of each line in the bus, because we can't easily sort these and balance them, so we balance by taking off equally from all. Shove them off, make ingredient gets made, shoved to the back of the bus, forms a new line. It's an incredibly simple concept, and it can be made as complex as you desire. But as I like things rather simple, I'm not making things that complex here. And I do think this is a lot more elegant than making tons of little disparate factories. But that is only my opinion, and my opinion is worth very, very little. I should remain open to the idea that I might want to split into making more of these, so let's keep that as an option. Why do we not line up here? Did I make that too low? No, just being a buster. Be ready. Ready. And away they go. And you're not going to take diddly squat until you're powered up. Notably, I haven't blueprinted this, but this doesn't seem like something one would want to blueprint. You'd be able to blueprint 2 of them, maybe 4 if they stack on top of each other. Right, aluminium sheets and the excited matter. Let's get the excited matter over here first. And for that, we grab you. Unfortunately, we're grabbing the blueprint here. Is that really unfortunate? Kind of. Because color-wise, we're going to think that we still have water on our hands. Pipe is too long. No, don't give me that. Is this off? Why does it look like it's slightly bent? That looks like it's not at all slightly bent. And this, I'm quite certain, is going to need to be recolored. I have to say, it took me an embarrassing amount of time to realize you weren't talking about making a literal bus at the start of the bus construction. You're right, that is embarrassing. What do you mean already applied? It doesn't look very applied to me. Custom edit and... oh, okay. Game's trying to make a fool of me, and unfortunately it's succeeding. Take you. And again, I'm lining that up just because I like things according to the global chunks. And I made this beautifully so it can just be taken off the bottom like this. It's sheer perfection. Although I should have checked to see if anything was in my way, and it was, but that's okay. You can pop out right next to your buddy here, and then make your way over like... not that. But like that. Alright, she's filling up fast. Now we do aluminium sheeting, which we do boss, and the dark matter crystal. That's something I'm going to solve with a special case. Buses are made such that you very specifically don't have special cases, but this is a special case. God, I wish we could mirror in this game. But in this game's defense, it took Factorio a long time to figure out mirroring. A lot of edge cases to be fixed, and they took their sweet time fixing them. In fact, it wasn't until Space Age that they figured out the mirroring of oil processing. No space, huh? That's okay. In fact, this was better coming around this way. Another hole. And down we go. Oh, I see exactly how that happened. I had this menu open, and it overwrote you. I want this straight, but I want it straight like that. This is going to be awkward if I want a second one, but... Hang on. Let's actually stick to an idea here. The idea was... be prepared to split this if I need more. Although I do think this is something that I could just schloop and... shard, rather than making more of them. Let's be ready for it. So, the remaining problem here is that it needs dark matter crystals. It makes enough dark matter residue to make the dark matter crystals to keep the thing fueling itself, I think. Because I can make a dark matter crystal out of 10. You produce 25, which is 2.5 dark matter crystals. But we can solve this discrepancy. But first we need some dark matter crystals. How do we make those? Using dark matter residue from reanimated SAM, which I definitely put in the toilet these days. So first things first, we need a converter. Please tell me we have our ingredients for it now. Absolutely not. For some reason we're failing miserably at putting control units into the dimensional toilet. And I'm willing to believe that's because they're all getting used in electric turbo motors. In fact, we produce far too few of them, such that these things are almost never working. 21% uptime because of lack of RCUs. Why do we lack RCUs so badly? Is it a production rate problem, or are they lacking ingredients? Looks like a production rate problem. A skill issue, as some might say. I need to check my computer production rates to make sure those are up to snuff. I think I need more computers and more RCUs. But the lovely thing is, this is so easy to solve. I'm going to triple the computer production. Blueprint, auto-connect, rotate, and spank. And gerspank. Get it all powered up. Get it all powered up. And get you copied, pasted, 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 pasted. Paste, 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 paste. Let the computers flow. Perhaps... I think computers will be fine. But yeah, this needs to be doubled at least, right? One of these makes 2.5. And one of these requires 8.43. Right, so I actually think part of the problem is that we make too many motors. He says, as he hasn't even filled up all of this. This is scarily large. We're going to underclock these things to 50%. Copy, paste, 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 paste. How are we doing on power? Oh, we're fine on power. We were never not fine on power. Do I want these in the toilet, by the way? I think that might be prudent. Sure. Storage container can fit right here. Storage container can have dimensional toilet right above it. Can't imagine when or why I'd be needing these, but imagination is for other folks in that regard. There we go. Before you got your hover pack, building was cumbersome. Did starting cumbersome give you satisfying payoff? It did. And I think that's fine. The thing that I did not enjoy at all was the very, very limited inventory you start with. You start with a tiny inventory, it gets very frustrating. Also, since you're new to the game, you don't know the value of all the goods. Do I want to keep this ore? What about these leaves? I don't know. So I end up with a lot of boxes of things. And the game trickle feeds you inventory expansion. And as soon as you get access to the dimensional portal, a lot of those problems just go away, because then you have this expanding box. Your magical bag of holding, if you will. But yeah, until then it was really rather frustrating. And I'm already someone that gets very cheesed off with games that have cripplingly limited inventory systems. I'm sure there are many different reasons that game developers want to have really limited inventory systems, but I personally just find them aggravating, and I usually mod them out, regardless of their intentions, because I think I know better. Did you actually build anything before the hover pack? Was my starting factory a joke to you? It saw us through a lot of this. Also, you don't have to answer that. Probably shouldn't answer that. And there we go. So clearly we don't make enough of these things. Let's change that. Because the RCU starvation is a real starvation that's hitting us right now. Hopefully, I don't know how we increased production. We went from 8 to 4, 8, 12. We went up to 20. 8 to 20, and then halved our consumption of them. So surely that'll keep us good as long as the production flows. Which could be a problem with this. That's eating 800 casings per minute. Do we even produce that? Yeah, I think we produce over 1,000 per minute, so that should be fine. How about those oscillators, though? Well, whatever. It'll all back up one way or another, at least once turbo motors are done. Give chat a little tour of the old factories before we made the hover pack. It'd be quick and easy to get there. I just want to make sure I've got everything built here first, and I don't, because I have not yet made my converter, because I still lack RCUs. Shouldn't half my RCUs be going over to storage? I'm actually confused why they're not backing up in any way. That means there might be a trouble to troubleshoot, so let's check that. Turbo motors are made here. The RCUs are coming down here, or at least they should. There they go. There go our RCUs. So somewhere along the line, those RCUs are not getting shoved where they need to go. But here's something which is doing me proud. My aluminium. Alright, let's take a ride. Whee! You, my RCU. My superpositional RCU. Yeah, it's prioritizing hitting the bus before it hits the dimensional vortex. Let's solve that like this. Because now they're definitely going to get split. And then they'll definitely go up into the toilet here, and we'll definitely get some radio control units. Enough to build another converter eventually, one can hope. Yeah, the early game was a lot of exploration and a lot of handcrafting, and I had no problem with that. But maybe if I'd done a bit more automation, it wouldn't have been so heavy-handed at this point. But I want to get this part sorted, and for that I need my RCUs. Because this poor thing goes nowhere until it gets some dark matter crystals, and for that I need my converter. There we go, now we have all we need, in a manner of speaking. This I think is temporary, so we can just slam it down without further consideration. And we want you to make me dark matter residue, please. I want reanimated SAM, it says. Well, as it happens, I have lots of reanimated SAM, so take it all. I want power, it says. I also have lots of power. Take all of that as well. But then it's going to make the residue, but it's not residue we need for this. No, not at all. It's dark matter crystals. But we can make the dark matter crystals through the power of a particle accelerator. Please don't require RCUs. You don't require RCUs. I actually expected you'd need them, but I am grateful that you do not. You pop these out your backside, huh? In that case, we'll do a little jig like this. Wait, that's too close. That actually blocks the output on this thing. Hadn't considered that. Marginally. Shove you right there. One particle accelerator made to measure. Particle accelerator's job is to crystallize the dark matter residue, which will pop out of your body hole, which is here. But don't worry, this is temporary. Still in the phase of making temporary setups, as God intended. Now, this is where we do schloop, and that's an expensive load of schlooping for a fairly rubbish product, but I don't ever want to think about this setup again. I want it to be completely self-feeding. Well, in that it takes off the bus, but it's not going to make, it's not going to desire anything. That said, it would be very, very easy just to have reanimated Sam taken off the belt and shoved in like this. Perhaps I should have considered that. Then I wouldn't need to use my precious schloops here. We will consider that when it comes to schloop austerity. For now I have 37 of the darn things. So that should be enough to handle a few extravagances like this. Anyway, out comes the dark matter residue. It feeds into here. You desire power? Don't we all? But the wire is too long. Actually, you know what? We can make Mark IIIs forever now because we have all the goodies for it. This thing's probably going to take a while. Oh, wow. This goes really fast. I am quite pleased about that. And there are your crystals. So now you're going to turn all that into the superposition oscillator and a whole lot of residue. And now you go away. Let's see, you're going to make 25 residue. 25 residue is going to make a number of crystals. It's going to make 100 crystals, right? No, it's 100 per minute. It's going to make 5 crystals. Problem is, you need more than that, which is why you're getting schlooped as well. Will help me with the superposition oscillator, or one can hope. Why are you jamming? Oh, because you've got too much residue. I feel for you. Alright, so your excess residue gets turned into the crystals, and the crystals get fed back in. Except, now I think we make too many crystals. Consuming 200 per minute. Producing 250 per minute. Good grief. I actually need to schloop you? That's scary, because this thing gets expensive. Expensive in power to run. But there we go. It's going to eat it all up. Very good. Except it's going to back up with this stuff. So we do the obvious insane thing. And we dump it. Such a loud machine. Is this what it's like being next to the Hard-On Collider? Right, and we just shove a little sink around the back, and the sink eats the excess. And this thing gets told to be very smart. Smart splitter. Right output is everything. Left is only overflow. So whenever this backs up, the excess will still get chewed down by the awesome sink. Beautiful. Expensive. Ooh, but beautiful. And then we have all the superposition oscillators we could probably, possibly ever need. And knowing that these things don't need to be bussed is another good feeling. Superpositional oscillator. How are you going to expand it? Why would we ever expand it? We only need enough superposition oscillators to make AI expansion servers, 256 of them. That's all we need for phase 5. This could have been hand-fed, but I insisted that we have something that we can feel proud of at the end here. Actually, is that true? Hang on, there's unknowns here. Maybe this is needed for ballistic warp drives. Ooh. But again, if it is, we only need 200 of them, so do not consider it a problem. Because it isn't. Although I will want some storage. Could I ever possibly want these things in the dimensional toilet? I would say yes. Funny, I thought I'd need a lot more dimensional storage containers than we've needed thus far. Schlooping a quantum encoder is a bold move without energy consumption. Are you kidding me? It's only going to be using an average of 4 gigawatts. Who doesn't have 4 gigawatts to spare? That's only half of Finland's entire consumption. And Finland is a strategic anomaly. Statistical anomaly. Look at that. Even if everything was running full pelt, we have more than enough left over to fuel all of Sweden as well. Can I be crushed by this? Aw, boo. It only looks like it exists. What in the world have I just done? I wanted to check how many we have here. Superpositional oscillators. Will not be long before we have the 100 we need for that. And in fact, we're going to get our spatial energy regulation at the ready in no time. This is even faster than I thought, and I already thought it was pretty fast. How are we doing on turbo motors? What? We have them all. Okay then, how are we doing on radio control units? Wasn't this meant to be a difficult game? I'm actually going to pilfer radio control units out of you, just because I really want this next part done. Howdy, Jake. How much fun left in this Satisfactory? I'm actually thinking it's not far from done, really. We just about have the ballistic warp drive milestone unlocked. Realistically speaking, we have everything we need for nuclear pasta. We've just made everything that we need for AI expansion servers. The only unknown elephant in the room here is that ballistic warp drive. And for all I know, that's going to unlock some brand new complicated things, but I actually think we're close. I've just got that feeling, so complicated. It's harder when you hand feed everything. But I think hand feeding everything really got us through where we needed to be. Got us a lot of cool unlocks to be able to have all the information we needed to put this together. Imagine putting this together with only like a third of the recipes that we had. We wouldn't have all the information, you see. Oh, hang on, superpositional oscillators. No, it's singularity cores that we need here, and we have not made any singularity cores. And we don't know how, but we're about to know how, aren't we? You there, take them. Take them. We're so close. Oh, we're so close. In order to celebrate this closeness, how about we go and take a tour of the old factory? There might be some people here that haven't seen it. They've thought this beauty is just something that my wild mind cooked up from the get-go, and that we all started from very little and grew into this glory. And, well, it's time to break some illusions. Naturally, it looks so neat and tidy from up here. Meow. Look at that. Like he's had a plan and he's followed through. That's a completely self-refeeding recycler for plastics and rubber. It just skims off the top and brings it up here. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. Hi, Jake. Slay the Spire when? I also enjoy Satisfactory. That's a good question. What does my schedule say? I haven't made my schedule for this week. I won't be around on Wednesday, but... I'm going to make it right now. See you on Thursday. Thursday will... No, don't delete it. Thursday, Satisfactory finale. So the guarantee is that I will beat Satisfactory on that day. On Friday, we will have Slay the Spire. Just punching it in right now. And then on Saturday, we might have DDR. Actually, we won't, because they tell me not to do strenuous things after Wisdom Teeth removal for about a week. So instead, Saturday will be Nancy Drew. And what's it called? Deadly Device. And then on Sunday, it'll be weekly one-shot number 314. And I think that game's going to be Overboard. There we go. Just making it up as we go along. Normally every Tuesday I sort the next week's schedule ahead of time, but for some reason my Tuesday came and went without me doing that. Whee! Yes, exactly, Real Decoy. I reckon we'll have a long play vote at the end of the weekly one-shot. There we go. Look at this beauty. Here's our initial factory. Everything that got us where we are today. Power banking, biopower production, the hand-feeding meta. Oh my, hand-feeding all the way up to adaptive control units. Assembly director systems, hand-fed. Dimensional toilet for supercomputers, which were of course hand-fed. Oh yeah, good hand-feeding times. And what would fuel such insane production but our delectable, impure ores. Oh, making me unwell to think about this. Isn't it Monday today? Yes, it is. Should be my day off, but I won't be here on Wednesday, so I figured I'd stream today. Show the biomass. Oh, the biomass is good. See, these guys got me through all of my initial power needs. Fed by industrial quantities of wood and grass, processed into biomass. I tell you, that rhymes. Buffers every step of the way, of course. Into solid biofuel, which is buffered here so that I can hand carry it over to the fuel site over here and turn it into biofuel for my jetpack back then. Liquid biofuel, that is. That was schlopped Lamau. Not anymore. I'll be having that back, thanks. That's a question. What else is still schlopped here? I might want those back now. I think this is where we hand make our power shards, so please make me the last of these power shards. We've got a few power shards. Yeah, I will certainly be having that back if you don't mind. Wonder if anything else here is still sharded. Don't tell me I sharded anything to do with cables or wires. Oh, thank goodness. That would be embarrassing. For the longest time, this was all the copper we ever needed. Copper, wires, cables, storage, easy. And why would we need any more? Remember Mark I belts? Seemed to be everything we ever needed back then. You should make synthetic shards soon, but why? I have 1,000 of them, and I have no intention of using shards for producing anything in particular. I've still got minor Mark I out here. But that's okay. This is here more as a museum. A museum of early pioneering. I'll even leave the 5x5 blueprinter. Yeah, there's no world generation here. This is all handcrafted. And so it should be hand-fed. And this was our steel factory. I thought I was getting serious when I made this. Foundries. How about a foundry array? Although I realized how not serious it was when I realized all this steel was going into very, very little in the way of steel beam production. Although I still don't make steel beams on the Sky Factory. How very cute. But do we have the superpositional parts we need? Maybe. I don't remember if I fed the rest of them in. Boing. Not a blueprint in sight. Can you actually import other people's blueprints in this game? I think that's a really easy way to ruin Factorio for yourself, is using other people's blueprints. Solving the blueprinty problems is what feels good in Factorio. Take the train back. Does the train even still run? Hey, the train's here! Let's hitch a ride. Donk. Oh, my beautiful train. You can import blueprints. Yeah, that sounds like a great way to ruin the fun of this game. The one train line I made and almost never used. What a pretty game. Let's make it less pretty. Our fog. Turn back to normal. Ew. I don't see the appeal. Somebody must have gone, yeah, this is great. This is the artistic vision we have. But they've built a beautiful world. I want to look at the thing. Trains in this game are a mess. I rage quit because they collide all the time. We could try making a double lane. Yeah, I think that's why people told me to make 3 foundation-wide tracks. But that little visit reminded me of the Dexter's Laboratory episode where he goes to the old part of the lab. And I think all of his old robots try and kill him. I remove fog by bombing out the trees. Does that actually work? Fascinating. You can import all sorts of balancers if you don't want the headache. Yeah, but design the balancers. Figure it out once yourself, then blueprint your own work and use it. It'll feel much more fulfilling. But that's just my opinion. And my opinion ain't worth jack. Where am I going? What am I doing? I want to finish you. Alright, this has been a long time coming, but push that button. A tier a day, right?
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know. You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door. Thankfully, the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology. After you're done with project assembly.
Ada's such a gem. We need more Ada in this game. But Ada with me, not Ada with her new alien boyfriend. Right, well, we've done it all. Now for the big reveal. What is the ballistic warp drive and how is it made? Also, this should have unlocked some new MAM things for me. And for that, I'm going to want my many hard drives back, please. Perhaps there's an alternative way to build the... Ooh. Well, we've actually done them all with 17 hard drives left over, and I'm pretty sure I haven't found them all. Dang, no more alternatives. Oh well, what are we meant to do with hard drives now? Look at them and cry a little bit. Tell me about the ballistic warp drive. What does it need? Well, surprising nobody, it does require those superposition oscillators. However, it only requires 2 apiece, meaning the total production of superposition oscillators we're going to need is 656 of them. That's paltry. And we only need half of that because we produce 2 at a time, so that's even easier. Also, we can schloop this so we can half it again, so it's even easier. Also, dark matter crystals. I could use my leftover dark matter crystals. Yeah, I could, but we need a lot of them, huh? 1 per minute. But that's okay. Dark matter crystallization is easy to automate using 1 converter and my SAM, so we don't need to worry much about that. Singularity cell. Oh, right, the propulsion rocket. That's easy. Oh, we've got almost all this stuff done already. Very easy. Okay, how about you, Singularity Cell? Singularity Cell requires nuclear pasta, which we do not have set up. And we're going to make a drone setup to make that work. It needs iron plates, excuse me. And here I thought we wouldn't need these anymore. It's only 100 per minute though, so we've got that covered. Wait, do we? I never put that on the belt because I figured there was no other use for iron plates. But we can make those on site using our vast overproduction of iron ingots, so that won't be a problem. What else are you made of? Yeah, they want those dark crystals aplenty, don't they? What I'm saying is, we have all the information we need. So victory is right around the corner, and that corner will be turned on Thursday. So come hell or high water, we are completing project assembly, and we are putting an end to the Satisfactory streams. And we'll, of course, follow that up with Slay the Spire, Nancy Drew, the weekly one-shot, and a vote for the next long play. But that's future Jake's concern, and that future Jake will have one fewer tooth in his face. But until I'm back with that, it is a cheers and a cheerio.